guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US presidential election rivals Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are campaigning in swing states on Wednesday as they remain neck and neck in the polls. Harris is delivering a speech on the economy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Trump is in North Carolina, a state which has become more competitive since Harris entered the race. From Washington, Kate Fisher reports.
Pennsylvania is key to both Harris and Trump's path to the White House. It's the swing state with the largest number of electoral college votes. Harris is set to deliver what aides are describing as a major address on the economy, the biggest issue for voters in the election. Ahead of Trump's rally in North Carolina, the Harris campaign says it's put a dozen new billboards through the state that tie Trump to the disgraced Republican gubernatorial candidate endorsed by Trump. Mark Robinson's campaign for governor is in freefall after reports that he made racist comments years ago on a porn website. Recent polls show Harris and Trump neck and neck in the swing state. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Donald Trump's campaign says the former US president has been briefed by intelligence officials about possible assassination plots from Iran. It comes as a report into the attempt on his life in July found the Secret Service had made preventable mistakes. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The Trump team says the briefing included details about real and specific threats from Iran to assassinate the former president, something the campaign said was an effort to destabilise and sow chaos in the United States. Iranian threats have reportedly heightened in the past few months. Trump warned on Truth Social that Iran would likely try again in its efforts. Meanwhile, a report into the Butler, Pennsylvania attempted assassination found there were a series of foreseeable and preventable mistakes. Investigators also found that Secret Service personnel have since deflected blame as a result of their responsibilities not being clearly defined ahead of the rally.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told an estimated 10,000 Brits in Lebanon now is the time to leave as Israel attacks Hezbollah across the country. Stuart Smith reports from London.
The UK is sending an additional 700 troops to its military base on the nearby Mediterranean island of Cyprus, as well as Border Force and Foreign Office officials in case an evacuation is needed. The UK Foreign Secretary has told its citizens to leave on commercial flights while they still can, mirroring advice from the US State Department, which has advised its citizens to leave by any means possible. A United Nations Security Council meeting in New York is expected later on Wednesday, with Hezbollah firing missiles at Tel Aviv and Israel continuing its airstrikes across Lebanon. Stuart Smith, London.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at President Joe Biden's final speech to the United Nations General Assembly. It was, of course, not the speech he expected to make. Just a few weeks ago, he thought he was still in with a chance of securing re-election. But that is all over, and so he travelled to New York on Tuesday to bid the UN General Assembly farewell and try to reassure delegates and other world leaders watching that he believes the international system can survive the challenges that it faces.
I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. Every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think.
He urged world leaders to strengthen partnerships and alliances, even as many of those watching must have been wondering who will be addressing the UN on behalf of the United States in just 12 months' time. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news, again, neck and neck in the polls and making every swing state a battleground. The US candidates for president, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, are campaigning in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Assassination plots against Trump from Iran, his campaign says. They've been briefed following, and the UK's Prime Minister is warning citizens to leave Lebanon. Keir Starmer's told around 10,000 people it's time to go, with Israel intensifying its attacks. And that's the latest from Feature Story News. Caroline Malone reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. Look at there. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, welcome in. Welcome aboard. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio as we look at a mostly cloudy night outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. All right, what do you say? We close out Wednesday Hump Day in the books, respectively. From time zone to time zone, we'll turn the page on the calendar. We'll call it a Thursday, 26th day of September. A day that, when all is said and done, in all likelihood, will be going down in the history books as one of the record-breaking hurricanes in many of our lifetimes will be coming ashore. Now, we've got all the latest. For our friends in the Sunshine State, I hope you have been in the process of battening down the hatches, because it's coming your way. 11 p.m. advisory just over an hour ago. It is indeed Hurricane Helene. 85 mile per hour sustained winds. But the expectation is rapid intensification through the day Thursday before making landfall Thursday evening in the Big Bend area. So I'm looking at either hurricane warnings or tropical storm warnings for the entirety of the state of Florida, with the exception of maybe those couple of counties on the far western end of the Panhandle. Pretty much all of Georgia, South Carolina, western portions of even North Carolina. Tropical storm warnings. Tell you why that is. So far inland, hundreds of miles inland. Helene is now forecast, according to the latest update, forecast to possibly reach catastrophic Category 4 strength by the time it makes landfall in Florida. According to the National Hurricane Center, storm surge potentially climbing to 20 feet along some parts of the coast. This could be the strongest hurricane to hit the United States in well over a year. Time is running out for those in the path to prepare. Preparations to protect life and property from storm surge and damaging winds along the Florida Big Bend coast should be rushed to completion. Today was the warning from the Hurricane Center. Helene rapidly intensified into a hurricane Wednesday and will continue strengthening as it crosses those record warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Rapidly intensifying storms like Helene are becoming more frequent in recent years. Wind speeds in the storm expected to reach at least 130 miles per hour by Thursday afternoon. The Hurricane Center noted additional strengthening is possible in the hours before landfall. Now, the center, where the most dangerous winds are, is expected to make landfall around Apalachicola Thursday evening. But its fearsome eye is just part of the story. Hurricane Helene will grow into a massive, sprawling monster as it tracks north, one that will not just slam Florida, but much of the southeast. Thousands of Florida residents have already been forced to evacuate. Nearly the entire state is under alerts as the storm threatens to unleash flooding rain, damaging winds, and, of course, the life-threatening storm surge. National Weather Service in Tallahassee described the storm surge threat for Apalachee Bay as, quote, catastrophic and or potentially unsurvivable. In an update this past day, the hurricane will be the fourth to make landfall in the U.S. this year, the fifth storm to slam storm-weary Florida since 2022. If you're a godly person, pray, because I don't really need this, says Port Richey resident Rick Ray, of the potential for Helene. None of us do, but this storm, this is going to be different than Hurricane Idalia and the other recent storms to strike the state, as she's forecast to grow into one of the largest storms in the Gulf of Mexico over the last century, according to hurricane expert Michael Lowry. The hurricane's wind field could be big enough to stretch from Washington, D.C. to Indianapolis, Indiana. That means more storm surge and widespread impacts, even with the center of the storm well away from the coast. The storm's sprawl has already brought some rain and tropical storm force wind gusts to parts of the Florida Keys Wednesday afternoon. They will spread north and east across the state from there, reaching the Tampa area overnight. Tropical rainfall and strong gusts could spread over a large portion of the peninsula by Thursday morning. Hurricane-force wind gusts will be closely following behind for areas along the coast, including the Tampa area, by Thursday night. The storm's size is going to increase the risk of life-threatening storm surge. Portions of the Big Bend area face up to 20 feet, the most serious storm surge threat. Up to 8 feet of storm surge could inundate Tampa, threatening the high water records in those areas, while much of South Florida could get up to 5 feet. Water levels could soar to record heights in Tampa Bay and Clearwater on Thursday night, reaching 1 to 2 feet higher than the records from Hurricane Idalia last year. That has forced mandatory evacuations in at least 15 coastal Florida counties at this point. On into the state of Georgia, the threat of power outages due to Helene will be significant, like nothing we've seen. According to the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Director, winds and rain from the hurricane will affect the entire state. And with the ground already saturated from the current weather system, trees will topple from the heavy winds. We're anticipating major outages. And yes, as we speak tonight, well away, having nothing to do with Helene, we do have torrential rains falling over central portions of Virginia, eastern West Virginia, on down into western North Carolina. The heaviest rains in Georgia extend from just east of Atlanta, beginning to reach into the west coast of South Carolina. Heavy rains all the way down from there into the Panama City area. Again, well away from Helene. The ground is going to already be very saturated with some incidents of flash flooding overnight tonight before Helene even begins to bring in her torrential rains. Airline travel will be significantly impacted, already causing disruptions, more to come. At this point, more than 600 flights have already been canceled for Thursday, today. Most of those departing out of Tampa International, which announced they are suspending all commercial air and cargo operations for the day ahead. Flights out of Fort Myers, Clearwater, Sarasota, and Tallahassee are all heavily impacted as well. Helene is huge, and it threatens the entire southeast. Coastal areas typically bear the brunt of a hurricane. That's not likely to be the case with this system. Tropical alerts span hundreds of miles from South Florida all the way into parts of Tennessee and South Carolina because of its size. As hurricanes typically lose strength quickly once moving over land, when they lose that warm water to feed them, Helene will remain more intact well inland because it'll be both strong at landfall and moving quickly. As a result, the storm's going to be still a hurricane in Georgia Friday morning, nearly 150 miles from where it makes landfall. That's bad news for Tallahassee, Florida, just inland from where the storm's forecast to make landfall. City officials there have warned Helene could be the worst storm in the history of the city of Tallahassee. If our community remains central in her path as forecast, we will see unprecedented damage like nothing we've experienced before as a community, according to the Tallahassee mayor this past day. The storm's currently forecast to pass just to the west of Tallahassee as a 130-mile-per-hour Category 4 storm. If it does so, it will be the strongest storm on record to track within 30 miles of the city since the late 1800s. At a Wednesday evening news conference, Governor DeSantis urging residents to implement their emergency plans, prepare supplies, but to not evacuate hundreds of miles away due to the size and the speed of the storm. They have partnered, they say, with Uber, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, to provide free rides to shelters for Floridians in counties with a declared state of emergency. He pointed out, remember, you hide from the wind, but you run from the water. In Hernando County, along the state's west central coast, the county commissioner told residents under evacuation orders, get out now. That county could see up to 12 feet of flooding from storm surge in the most significant forecast that we've come up against. We're talking about a single-story home that could be completely covered with water if these predictions hold true. I cannot stress enough, I'm asking everybody, please stay safe, do the right thing, make a plan, and evacuate. Now, Captain Ron is out there. He's a Florida resident. What do you say, Captain Ron?
Rainy night in Georgia.
Yes.
I didn't hit my windshield wipers until I crossed into Georgia tonight. They're calling for 4 to 7 foot storm surge. The last news I heard this evening for Tampa, they're only expecting around 5 inches of rain, I guess. They've evacuated Zone A in Pinellas County, which is the county I live in. They mandatory evacuation for all mobile homes and manufactured homes. But I don't know if it's going to be that bad. You remember the last hurricane? I told you they had those big clusters of the like around the highway interchanges, those street lights that are way up high. That they didn't even drop any of those down to the ground yet. And they usually do that for the high winds. They'll drop them clusters of those lights down almost to the ground. But I didn't see any tonight that have been lowered, unless they're going to do it tomorrow in the rain, which I don't see that. And I can't tell you how many utility trucks that I've seen going south, the lineman trucks and tree service and
Right.
all of those command trailers. They look like an RV trailer, some of them, but I don't know if they're bathrooms or if they're bunk houses. But I see trailer after trailer going that way, so I don't know what those are. But it looked like on the news they're saying that when it hits Atlanta, it could still be a Category 1.
Correct. Still hurricane strength, yes.
Right. And that's insane. But it looks like it's going to pass by Tampa Bay. Last I heard, it's going to be about 150 miles out. Of course, we're going to get they call it the dirty side, the east side of the eye. We're going to have they'll be watching for tornadoes, because you get a lot of tornadoes that spin up on that east side of the hurricanes a lot of times. We had a couple from when Debbie came up through a couple months ago.
Right.
We had a couple tornadoes.
I know they said your tornado threat's going to really ramp up here when these feeder bands start swinging through the state today.
Right, and they were saying on the news that they were talking about those rain bands. They were moving at 40 miles an hour. Those rain bands, and that's fast. last storm we got caught in those. They were calling them rain trains, because you would just get in one of those vans and it would just stay there, and you would get massive amount of rain. But these are moving at 40 miles an hour. This evening.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
well,
I hear you're going to get a stent.
Yeah, at least one. I don't know how many it'll end up being, but that is in the Friday morning procedure.
Well, I'll be praying for you. I've had one, but anyway, it's kind of common. I'm glad they caught it for you.
Correct.
And I don't guess I have any more news, but I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be praying for your surgery.
All right. Thank you very much, Captain Ron, and get ready to ride out the storm. I mean, through the day ahead, the size of the storm is expected to continue to grow exponentially. I mean, the advisory from 11 o'clock said right now, hurricane force winds extend outward up to 35 miles from the center. So it's pretty much a 70-mile zone with hurricane force winds. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 345 miles. You're talking a 600-700 mile swath with tropical storm force winds, and those winds are just going to continue intensifying through the day. Part of the discussion here from, again, the 11 p.m. advisory. Right now moving north at about 9 miles per hour. A northward or north-northeast motion is at a faster forward speed is expected during the next 36 hours. On that forecast track, Helene will move across the eastern half of the Gulf tonight and Thursday, cross the Florida Big Bend coast Thursday evening. After landfall, expected to turn more northwestward and slow down over the Tennessee Valley Friday and Saturday. Currently, maximum sustained winds near 85. Strengthening is forecast. Expected to be a major hurricane when it reaches the Florida Big Bend coast Thursday evening. Weakening is expected after landfall, but Helene's fast forward speed will allow those strong, damaging winds, especially in gusts, to penetrate well inland across the southeastern U.S., including over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. And then they go into some of the storm surge warnings here, up to 15 to 20 feet. From Carabella, Florida to the Swanee River, and they go on down the line. I won't bore you with all those numbers, but yeah, just the size and scope of the storm. It's going to be a big one. All right, meanwhile, we'll get to lots to update on tonight. I do know, seeing as I will be out of the office for our Friday morning program, this is pretty much my final show of the week here. I hate the fact I would so much rather be sitting behind the microphone tomorrow evening as we could give all the live updates of what's transpiring and hear from some of the drivers out there what's going on as Helene's crashing ashore. But the way the schedule works out, it's not going to be able to happen. Big Ed, at some point, will be checking in here. We've got to get our pick six for the college football weekend. Now, by Saturday, there's still going to be, obviously, the remnants of Helene. I wouldn't doubt we'll possibly see, based on the damage that could occur at some of the college venues in the southeast. We may see games being postponed to a later date. It's going to be difficult for, if this comes to fruition with the flooding they're talking about in places like Georgia. I'm not real sure about that Georgia-Alabama game, if they're where they're playing. If it were to be in Georgia, I don't know if they could do that this weekend, Saturday. Now, technically, it's not till Saturday evening, but so many people are going to be without power, trees down, and all the chaos they're going to be dealing with. You don't want to have thousands of fans trying to, come into a stadium. So it'll be interesting to see how the impacts on all various types of sporting events are impacted by Helene coming up this weekend. Meanwhile, we'll get to other industry headlines. The clock continues to tick down. We are entering the 26th day of September. We are less than a week now from a potential port strike all along the East Coast and Gulf ports. The announcement this past day that the second busiest U.S. ocean container port urged shippers to wind down cargo business. As we're now less than a week before that strike deadline, strike preparations are underway at the Port of New York, New Jersey. According to the port director this past day, he gave some details on the operational plans during the stoppage. The International Longshoremen's Association, 25,000 members in container and roll-on, roll-off services covered under the current master contract, slated to walk off the job when the contract expires at the midnight hour, October 1, so just days away. So we'll give you the latest on that and so much more. Our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US presidential election rivals Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are campaigning in swing states on Wednesday as they remain neck and neck in the polls. Harris is delivering a speech on the economy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Trump is in North Carolina, a state which has become more competitive since Harris entered the race. From Washington, Kate Fisher reports.
Pennsylvania is key to both Harris and Trump's path to the White House. It's the swing state with the largest number of electoral college votes. Harris is set to deliver what aides are describing as a major address on the economy, the biggest issue for voters in the election. Ahead of Trump's rally in North Carolina, the Harris campaign says it's put a dozen new billboards through the state that tie Trump to the disgraced Republican gubernatorial candidate endorsed by Trump. Mark Robinson's campaign for governor is in freefall after reports that he made racist comments years ago on a porn website. Recent polls show Harris and Trump neck and neck in the swing state. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Donald Trump's campaign says the former US president has been briefed by intelligence officials about possible assassination plots from Iran. It comes as a report into the attempt on his life in July found the Secret Service had made preventable mistakes. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The Trump team says the briefing included details about real and specific threats from Iran to assassinate the former president, something the campaign said was an effort to destabilize and sow chaos in the United States. Iranian threats have reportedly heightened in the past few months. Trump warned on Truth Social that Iran would likely try again in its efforts. Meanwhile, a report into the Butler, Pennsylvania attempted assassination found there were a series of foreseeable and preventable mistakes. Investigators also found that Secret Service personnel have since deflected blame as a result of their responsibilities not being clearly defined ahead of the rally.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told an estimated 10,000 Brits in Lebanon now is the time to leave as Israel attacks Hezbollah across the country. Lebanese authorities believe well over 500 people have been killed since airstrikes began on Monday. Stuart Smith reports from London.
The UK is sending an additional 700 troops to its military base on the nearby Mediterranean island of Cyprus, as well as Border Force and Foreign Office officials in case an evacuation is needed. The UK Foreign Secretary has told its citizens to leave on commercial flights while they still can, mirroring advice from the US State Department, which has advised its citizens to leave by any means possible. A United Nations Security Council meeting in New York is expected later on Wednesday, with Hezbollah firing missiles at Tel Aviv and Israel continuing its airstrikes across Lebanon. Stuart Smith, London.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Good to have you with us as we kick off a new day. Start looking toward the weekend. Hey, it's Friday Eve, technically, right? And our number is 844-844-3388. All right, who we got checking in? And hello, Larry, out of the box. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 60 degrees in Coxsackie, New York. Round number 3 to Schenectady. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. All back to normal. Whitewater Township, Ohio. Crisis averted. They were able to pull the rare car down to the chemical plant. So the smoking lamp is on once again. It's 844-844-3388. If you want to be a part of the show, don't be a scarecrow. Chime in. 64 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Another great night to be off and to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Fire up that cigar. Gotta love a good smelling cigar. Not one of those cheap 75-cent jobs. How about the $12 stogie only for the overnight drive? Let's go. Hammer down. Be safe. You got it, Pappy. Country Bumpkin checking in Waterford, Michigan. Prayers for the folks there in Florida in the line of Helene. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Jerry says, good morning. Seen some forecast for the hurricane. Wow. This may be the one that destroys everything. Prayers for everyone in the area. Be safe there. Well, there's Jeffrey, who's in the line of fire there. Good morning, Steve. We're battening down the hatch, getting ready for the storm. Double Truckers, 65 in Lodi. We're dry here, but it's raining basically just a few miles away. I'm ready for another great night of trucking back to Western New York. And listening to the show a little bit later via Rumble, the home of free speech. There's Josh, who says, good morning, everyone. How's your day? Doing well? All right. I-95 southbound. There's Shorty, Richmond Hill, Georgia, 81 degrees. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Hurricane Helene, here we come. A lot of these trucking operations there in the south, obviously the freight's moving right now, but at what point Do you get the orders to head north, head west? You get out of the way, right? Obviously, there's a whole bunch of last minute freight moving, and I'm assuming many of those line trucks and whatnot that Captain Ron was seeing headed southbound, probably headed further south to be staged there, where they're not expecting as much damage from the storm, so they could be able to head back to the north. If you staged further north, I mean, I don't think the staging area is going to be good to be in places like Georgia or South Carolina. Obviously, they're probably doing a lot of staging over in, say, Alabama, Tennessee, trying to have crews ready to come in from all directions once the storm has passed. But undoubtedly, there are thousands of linemen from throughout the eastern half of the country, probably all rolling in from all the different service providers down there. Who else we got there? Jack, good morning, Steve. It's the old Mad Dog, 63 degrees, 275 east. And I've got Steve in the overnight drive coming in loud and clear in stereo. Got to wave my hand to all the other faithful listeners and drivers, the great men and women that keep this country moving. You are tremendous people. God bless you, Steve. Well, thank you very much. Jack, good to have you on board. There's Roy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, Steve Summers, as well as Marianne Pappy. On and on we go. Cripshot checking in from Sin City, a.k.a. Newport, Kentucky. All right, ready to roll. Howdy, overnight drive. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday Eve. Election Day is in 40 days. And this political junkie can't wait, because I'm getting tired of all the political ads that make the candidates sound like little kids fighting on the playground. Anyway, got a long night ahead of me with an Evansville, Owensboro pedal to keep me busy tonight. Cloudy, 68 degrees, the 71-75 split in Kentucky at this hour. All right, Shorty said, hey, would you look up the hurricane wizard Joe Bastardi and see what he's saying about this hurricane? That guy usually has a crystal ball when it comes to hurricanes. Yeah, wasn't he with AccuWeather years ago? I'm trying to remember. Was it AccuWeather, Weather Channel? He's got his own service now. But yeah, he was very, very good when it comes to forecasting these hurricanes. Hello, Timothy. Good morning from a rainy Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. Hey, Gilligan, trees are down on 2020. Heads up. There is Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, kind of a damp night, not raining here at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Did hit some heavy rain around Roanoke and north on 81. Right now, 72 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Captain Ron was talking about lowering the lights. All right, Joe chimed in. He said, the lights are lowered at every exit on Interstate 10 between Pensacola and Tallahassee at this point in time. Okay? And there's Russell. Hope y'all doing well at the Secret Bunker, 67 clear, Dayton, Ohio tonight. Truckers, be careful, be safe out there. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Steve, I'll send you prayers on your procedure tomorrow. Everybody have a good day, and prayers for those in the line of the hurricane. So, as Pappy mentioned, I guess the headline was Crisis Averted. Explosion avoided, the dangerous chemical leak. Yeah, the 24 hours ago had people in lockdown. Started about 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. Here's the full update from the press conference this past evening. In the update, about 7 p.m., officials said the train car that was leaking has been removed and taken to its original destination. Now, there is no ongoing threat to the public. According to the Hamilton County Emergency Management Association, the evacuation order has been lifted. Residents are permitted to return to their homes. About 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, the Department of Transportation confirmed that roads at US 50 and State Route 128 were reopening to traffic. Central Railroad of Indiana, who owns the tracks, said the rail car began venting styrene at about 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. The probable cause was the additive stabilizer in the car became ineffective. The car stopped venting then late Tuesday night. Officials say the car worked exactly as it was designed. It was supposed to vent rather than explode. They said there is no product on the ground that they've identified. Air monitoring will continue over the next several days. The temperature in the car is at a safe range at this point in time. EPA officials on the scene say they have set up 3 fixed air monitoring stations and a rover collecting air quality readings. So far, the air quality has been deemed safe, but they did say they will continue to monitor as well. Ineos, the plastic resin manufacturer, either leases or owns the rail car. It was on the way to the facility. It was just down the road. 14 other cars on the track were also carrying styrene. They have been moved to a facility to be monitored as well. The railroad did set up a hotline, a phone number for anyone who may have issues. Steve Fegans, director of Hamilton County Public Health, said styrene is a volatile liquid, meaning it evaporates almost immediately after it enters the air. So the likelihood of irritation or toxicity is very low. It is possible you may smell an odor, but it will be well below any toxic levels, as he put it. He also said we are not aware of any hospitalizations related to this event. He did say any food, including pet food that may have been left outside before the evacuation, should be disposed of out of precaution. And for those, I guess, that were in that evacuation, anyone who'd like to have their water checked, they've set up a phone number to dial up for that as well. So, again, crisis averted, but I guess at one point it was kind of dicey there. So whatever the stabilizer for that chemical wasn't doing its job. And I would assume, when you've got a line of cars, in other words, there were 15 rail cars hauling the same stuff. They probably were all loaded at the same location there, using the same batch of stabilizer. So that's why they're monitoring all the other cars at this point in time. All right, 15 before the hours. Yeah, but the latest on the possible port strike looks like they're gearing up, beginning to shutter down operations at some of these ports already. There are no scheduled talks at this point in time. Just days away. It is 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new. Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Feel free, dial us up. What's on your mind? Kind of curious for some of those drivers down in Florida. Are you seeing a lot of traffic headed northbound? People trying to maybe get out of harm's way tonight. I know that thousands are under mandatory evacuations, but I would just assume naturally a lot of folks want to get out of the way before things really get ugly. If this thing does indeed ramp up to a Cat 3 or 4 for that matter. But back to the port, the update this past day. The midnight hour, October 1. That is the strike time. The pact covers workers at 36 ports, stretching from Maine to Texas. As I mentioned, at this point, no contract negotiations are scheduled. Major issues, wages, benefits, automation at the ports. The union on Monday termed the latest wage offers as stingy and disputed the claims by the, I guess that's the U.S. Maritime Alliance, that the union is demanding wage hikes of more than 75% over a proposed 6-year agreement. Few details about any contract proposals have actually been made public. Neither the ILA nor the USMX immediately responded to request for comment. It is important you do everything possible to pick up your import cargo before the close of business on Monday, September 30th. So there will be no opportunities to deliver any cargo once a strike begins, was the word this past day from Rooney. Rooney said the port plans to establish an incident management team for the duration of any work stoppage. Didn't offer any immediate details. Export cargo will not be accepted at any of the terminals unless it can be loaded onto a vessel prior to September 30th. Coordinate closely with your ocean carrier on any export bookings. Again, as cargo will not be accepted at the terminals for vessels scheduled to arrive after September 30. Shippers should prioritize refrigerated containers and hazardous materials cargo, which will not be monitored or adjusted after next Monday. We expect heavy congestion toward the end of the week, as well as Monday, September 30, as parties seek to remove containers from the terminal prior to the potential shutdown. So we recommend picking up your containers as early as possible this week and utilize all available gate hours. Terminal operators, APM terminals, Mayer and Port Newark container terminals all have extended gate hours right now. The last trains for imports and exports are scheduled for Monday. The last CSX train will arrive at the port on Sunday. Norfolk Southern earlier announced gate closures across a number of ports and said shippers should make alternate plans for moving hazardous, high-value, and refrigerated international shipments to avoid unexpected delays en route. Nonetheless, the port's truck service center will be closed for the duration of the port stoppage, the work stoppage. So this is going to impact train operations, I guess, hundreds, thousands of truckers that pull those containers in and out of the ports. It would have widespread domino effect on the overall economy. All right, 844-844-3388. I pulled up, I'm looking at some of the key messages from the National Hurricane Center, the 11 p.m. advisory, 11 p.m. Eastern, which says a catastrophic, deadly storm surge is likely along portions of the Florida Big Bend coast, where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves. There is also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. Residents in those areas follow advice given by your local officials to evacuate if you are told to do so. Number 2, potentially catastrophic hurricane-force winds are expected within the eye wall of Helene when it makes landfall in the Big Bend region late Thursday. Preparations to protect life and property need to be completed by early Thursday before tropical storm conditions arrive. Damaging, life-threatening hurricane-force winds, especially in gust, will penetrate well inland over portions of northern Florida and southern Georgia late Thursday and Thursday night, where hurricane warnings are in effect. Strong wind gusts are likely further to the north across portions of northern Georgia and the Carolinas, particularly over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding and urban flooding, including numerous landslides, is expected across portions of the southern Appalachians through Friday. Considerable to local catastrophic flash and urban flooding is likely from northwest and northern Florida and much of the southeast through Friday. Widespread minor to moderate river flooding and isolated major river flooding are likely as well. Break out the pontoons in the southeast as we head toward the weekend here. All right, Eagle dials us up. Said he wants to get in early tonight. Couldn't get in last night, so I got to get up early in the morning. All right, so we'll get to Eagle when we roll into hour number 2. And, of course, otherwise, room for you at 844-844-3388. Enough time to drop you a couple of other quick tidbits under industry headlines. We've had this ongoing rash of cargo theft in and around the city of brotherly love as of late. Well, Pennsylvania authorities announcing the arrest of three men caught attempting to steal meat from a parked and locked trailer this week. Douglas Mathis, Jameer Scott, and Tariq Duncan charged with corrupt organizations, theft, and related offenses. Officials say that on the morning of Tuesday this week, Tuesday the 24th, the three men were witnessed breaking a lock on the tractor trailer, carrying 25 cases of beef valued at $7,000 from the rig to their van. The truck was parked on Edmund Street in Philadelphia. The Office of Attorney General agents, assisted by Philadelphia police, initiated the arrest while the men were in the process of stealing the 1,600 pounds of beef. This was tenacious investigative work that involved collaboration between law enforcement agencies to stop high-value thefts from parked tractor trailers, says the Attorney General. I commend the timely work of our organized crime section who tracked this crew and essentially caught them red-handed, caught them in the act. Now, this is all part of a larger operation Operation Beef Bandit, a collaborative effort to combat an organized cargo theft ring. Operation Beef Bandit involving multiple law enforcement agencies, including the New Jersey State Police. Now, they say bail for each of the three was set at $200,000 cash. Here just a few weeks ago, there were 4 men arrested at the Molly Pitcher Service area on the southbound New Jersey Turnpike, breaking into a parked truck, stealing meat. That was also a part of Operation Beef Bandit. You sell that meat on the black market, right? So here we go. News break and much more to come as we kick off a brand new day. Thanks for being with us. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US presidential election rivals Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are campaigning in swing states on Wednesday as they remain neck and neck in the polls. Harris is delivering a speech on the economy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Trump is in North Carolina, a state which has become more competitive since Harris entered the race. From Washington, Kate Fisher reports.
Pennsylvania is key to both Harris and Trump's path to the White House. It's the swing state with the largest number of electoral college votes. Harris is set to deliver what aides are describing as a major address on the economy, the biggest issue for voters in the election. Ahead of Trump's rally in North Carolina, the Harris campaign says it's put a dozen new billboards through the state that tie Trump to the disgraced Republican gubernatorial candidate endorsed by Trump. Mark Robinson's campaign for governor is in freefall after reports that he made racist comments years ago on a porn website. Recent polls show Harris and Trump neck and neck in the swing state. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Donald Trump's campaign says the former US president has been briefed by intelligence officials about possible assassination plots from Iran. It comes as a report into the attempt on his life in July found the Secret Service had made preventable mistakes. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The Trump team says the briefing included details about real and specific threats from Iran to assassinate the former president, something the campaign said was an effort to destabilize and sow chaos in the United States. Iranian threats have reportedly heightened in the past few months. Trump warned on Truth Social that Iran would likely try again in its efforts. Meanwhile, a report into the Butler, Pennsylvania attempted assassination found there were a series of foreseeable and preventable mistakes. Investigators also found that Secret Service personnel have since deflected blame as a result of their responsibilities not being clearly defined ahead of the rally.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told an estimated 10,000 Brits in Lebanon now is the time to leave as Israel attacks Hezbollah across the country. Stuart Smith reports from London.
The UK is sending an additional 700 troops to its military base on the nearby Mediterranean island of Cyprus, as well as Border Force and Foreign Office officials in case an evacuation is needed. The UK Foreign Secretary has told its citizens to leave on commercial flights while they still can, mirroring advice from the US State Department, which has advised its citizens to leave by any means possible. A United Nations Security Council meeting in New York is expected later on Wednesday, with Hezbollah firing missiles at Tel Aviv and Israel continuing its airstrikes across Lebanon. Stuart Smith, London.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at President Joe Biden's final speech to the United Nations General Assembly. It was, of course, not the speech he expected to make. Just a few weeks ago, he thought he was still in with a chance of securing re-election. But that is all over, and so he travelled to New York on Tuesday to bid the UN General Assembly farewell and try to reassure delegates and other world leaders watching that he believes the international system can survive the challenges that it faces.
I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. Every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think.
He urged world leaders to strengthen partnerships and alliances, even as many of those watching must have been wondering who will be addressing the UN on behalf of the United States in just 12 months' time. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news, again, neck and neck in the polls and making every swing state a battleground. The US candidates for president, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, are campaigning in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Assassination plots against Trump from Iran, his campaign says. They've been briefed following, and the UK's Prime Minister is warning citizens to leave Lebanon. Keir Starmer's told around 10,000 people it's time to go, with Israel intensifying its attacks. And that's the latest from Feature Story News. Caroline Malone reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we roll right into hour number 2. Good to have you on board. All right, let me get to Eagle. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay, how you doing? Yeah, I'm back out on the road again, Steve. Yeah, I took a long weekend. Yeah, I'm back out here rolling now. Yeah, I took a couple of days off, coming back out of the house, trying to catch up on some things. Unfortunately, I got to do some nighttime driving since I leave the house tonight. But at least I'm not headed towards Florida or Georgia. That's a good thing. I ain't headed towards the hurricane. I ain't headed that way, so hopefully it's not headed where I'm headed right now. This hurricane, I definitely don't need to have that kind of problem. I haven't had a chance to get the update. I tuned in a little bit late. I didn't get in until about 12:30 before I turned on the radio. So I don't know if you said anything about the hurricane or not, but I got to get caught up on what's happening with that. But can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Eagle. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I'm driving right now. I didn't know if you can hear me okay. Yeah, Steve, I got to talk about some things, man. I want to ask you one or two questions. Some very, like I told you earlier this week, some very disturbing things are going on. First of all, I want to ask you a question. I heard today that what this guy is doing is supposed to be against the law, and that he's not supposed to do it. This is what I heard on another radio station. I don't know if it's true or not. Okay, I understand that the guy, Zelensky, the guy from Ukraine, is in the U.S. right now, and he is supporting Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. He's saying that he wants Kamala to be president, and I'm hearing, I heard it on another station. They said that that's against the election rules for a president of another country to do what he's doing. Do you know if that's true or not, for him to come to the USA and publicly say that he's in support of Kamala?
I do know that I've seen the headlines that he's actually out there. I mean, he stopped somewhere in Pennsylvania and was, throwing his vocal support for Kamala Harris. I don't know. I'll have to do some checking to whether there's something illegal about that.
Well, they said it's something about election interference and stuff. I don't know, but that's what I heard on another radio program today. I don't know if it's true or not. I want to see if maybe you know anything about that, because this guy here, he's back in the U.S. asking for money again. Mm-hmm. It's obvious, Steve. You don't have to put two and two together. It's obvious that he would want to continue on with a Democrat in the White House because the money train continues. Donald Trump has already said if he was to become president, the money comes to an end for Ukraine. So you know damn well who he wanted to get in the White House in 24, because he wants to see that money continue rolling in. So that's not a surprise that this idiot is supporting Kamala Harris. No big surprise at all. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk to you about is the Donald Trump situation. Okay, I told you on Sunday night that I had heard that there was up to 5, maybe 6 hit teams, as they like to call them, hit squads, countries that don't want to see Donald Trump get into the White House. They were assassination squads, whatever you want to call it. Okay, now Donald Trump, he was informed about this on Monday, from what I'm understanding, Monday, either Tuesday, about what's going on with Iran. And today he issued a threat to Iran. He said that if these people attempt to assassinate him, that he basically said he would wipe Iran off the map. The U.S. to wipe them off the map if they was to try to do that. And I like to see, what do you think about that? Do you think Donald Trump is right in saying that if Iran attempts to assassinate him, that it was something real bad to happen to Iran? Have you heard about that?
I don't know where he was speaking at, but he said something akin to, we're going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, well, how do you feel about that? Do you think Donald Trump is correct in saying these things, or is he going a little bit overboard by saying he's gonna destroy these major cities?
How did he put it? He said, if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country. In other words, I guess he's pretty much telling Joe Biden that you need to get stern with Iran. In this case, Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, meaning Trump, we're going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. So
that's what he said.
That was in North Carolina.
Okay, well, it's obvious. Well, it's obvious, Steve, that the Biden administration, they are very unwilling to give. They finally broke down and said that they were going to give Donald Trump the Secret Service coverage that he needs. But they did it. They didn't really want to do it, but due to these 2 or 3 assassination attempts, they had no choice but to do it. Joe Biden administration. Joe Biden, like I say, this guy here, he's a lame duck president. He's on his way out the door, and Joe Biden at this point, I don't think he's concerned about Joe Biden's safety. Donald Trump's safety, to be honest with you. I don't really think I think he's concerned with saving his own self, because he knows that he's in some hot water, because he's done some dirty dealing over the last 3 or 4 years, or maybe even his whole 50 years in politics. And, he definitely wanted to save his son from, I'm pretty sure he wants to somehow keep his son from going to jail. So I think that's more on his priority than anything. And somehow figuring out how they can steal this election like they did in 2020. I think that's what he's more concerned with than Donald Trump's safety, to be honest with you. Now, let me ask you this one last question then, Steve. Okay, now we get close to the real deal now. We get close to the month of October. We coming down to about 30 days to the election. Now, I understand that Donald Trump, even though he has been told about the security issues and about these possible assassins, he is not backing down on none of his engagements of going to rallies, different cities and towns. And I'm really concerned, because I heard today, that really concerned me when I heard that he was thinking about going back to Butler, Pennsylvania on October the 5th. Now, I think that's a bad move, Steve. It's already been shown that area is not able to be covered. It's got a lot of places where shooters can hide out at. I don't think that's a safe environment for Donald Trump at this point. I really don't think that he should go back to Butler, Pennsylvania. I know he wants to go there and finish the rally that he couldn't finish, but I think that he can choose another destination to go to. And I'd like to see how you feel about. Do you think Donald Trump should continue his schedule of going to these different rallies around the U.S., or should he cut back on them due to these assassination attempts? And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Well, I would undoubtedly be more inclined to stick with indoor venues where the screening process can be so much more thorough, and making sure any weapons or anything of that nature cannot get into his proximity. But there is the reports this past day that the Secret Service actually is the reason that he had to cancel the rally in Wisconsin, because they informed him they didn't have the resources to secure that venue. That was from a whistleblower that came from Josh Hawley's office this past day, but we'll get to that maybe a bit later in the program. Well, there's Big Ed. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you, Steve. I'll tell you that, sometimes it's best not to say what's on your mind. In today's age, because I know I have a lot of thoughts about what's going on, but like I say, it's best that, trust me, I don't want to get my thoughts out there, but I do feel like President Trump needs to keep everything where he's indoors and not outdoors. Mm-hmm. That deal with that Ukraine president, that's the same crap going on him over in Pennsylvania, screaming he's supporting Kamala Harris, that they accused Trump of. They tried to impeach him for it. Am I correct in that assumption?
Well, yeah, Russian interference. Russia trying to support Trump. That's
Yeah, so I don't understand it. Why the left seems to think that they can do it and flaunt it in everybody's face and get by with it. But that's just the way of our politics today, I guess. So, but anyway, the one thing we do have that they don't have over there is we got football. College football. Don't you just love it? And by the way, you did cut me off the other night when I wasn't through.
I did not intentionally cut you
off. I realize
off.
where I'm at. Do what?
I did not. If I cut you off, it must have been I hit the news break at the top of the hour, and I should have put you on hold.
Well, I thought. Well, he hung up on me. He must have had a long list of callers on there. And
I don't know that I don't think I had anybody on hold. I think when I got done with you, I was saying clear lines. Come on, dial us up.
No, I've been through that before where I'd called you and you hit the wrong button and I got knocked off. I should have called you back, but well, what the heck, So but I'll tell you, Steve, and I've been kind of watching the weather. The only games that I see that might be impacted would be North Carolina and Duke, and then Clemson's playing at home, which are in South Carolina. And then there was an Alabama A&M game that might be impacted, but I don't think the big Georgia-Alabama game or the Oklahoma-Auburn game is gonna be impacted that great. At least that's the scuttlebutt I've been reading.
Okay.
Them games should go off. All your big games should be going off as scheduled. So hopefully, but I stand to be corrected on that too. You never know what these darn storms are gonna do. Hell, we got pounded there in the Edmond, Oklahoma City area Tuesday night. I don't know if you've seen any of that where they got golf ball and baseball size hail. Man, you talk about doing a number. My place there in Edmond got clobbered, so I've got the insurance claim going on there. And the cars were just beat mercifully, and then windows beat out of the cars, and it looked like some places looked like snow on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But those big old golf ball sized hailstones, man, those will do some damage, and you get caught out in that, you will die. That's for sure. So that was pretty brutal evening there Tuesday evening, and this, Oklahoma City is just southeast of me, so we didn't get it here where I live, thankfully. But I watched all that on the news. Well, I guess since you're going to go get your ticker worked on, I'll just try to catch the Weather Channel and keep up with all the hurricane messes going on, so you ain't got horse feathers taking your place tomorrow night, right?
No, I didn't get to work that out. So you'll have to tune in to Jim Cantore. He'll keep you informed. I'm sure he'll be there at Ground Zero.
Jim Cantore or Reed Timmer. He's starting to make a name for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you, I figured I better call my picks in early this week.
All right, let's get it. Let's get it rolling. Who we starting off with?
I'm going with 7 games this week.
Really?
7
Okay.
games.
Okay.
Yeah, that's got my interest. So let's start with Ole Miss, Kentucky, and that's playing at Ole Miss. I'm nervous about taking Ole Miss because they really hadn't really been tested yet, but Kentucky's going to give them a test. And but they're playing at Ole Miss, and I'm going to go with Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin, they're one of the top teams. He's got that team functioning real good on all cylinders. So I do believe Ole Miss will pull it off against Kentucky, but Kentucky ain't going to be no easy laydown, that's for sure. Then we got a bounce-back game of Oklahoma State versus K-State. That's 20. They're ranked number 20 OSU versus 25 K-State. They're playing at Kansas State, and I'm going to go back with OSU. I think they got what it takes to bounce back and win that game.
Okay.
So I got Ole Miss and Oklahoma State.
Gotcha.
Then we got your Louisville at Notre Dame. That's 15 ranked Louisville at 16 ranked Notre Dame. I still like Notre Dame, and they're playing at home. I do think Notre Dame's got what it takes to beat Louisville. This Notre Dame game's gonna be Louisville's tough test. So, but I think Notre Dame's got what it takes to get through Louisville. Then I've got Oklahoma versus Auburn.
Yes.
And I feel like this is going to be a bounce back game for Oklahoma, especially since they're bringing in that new quarterback that's got that can run and pass, what they call a dual threat quarterback. And because you go back and look at that Tennessee game, really watch it. 2 or 3 plays that young quarterback lost, fumbled the ball or threw an interception. That's 14 points. Oklahoma, you give them 14 points away, and then they're right there in the game. And Oklahoma's defense is strong, so I'm going with Oklahoma versus Auburn.
Okay.
And that's at Auburn, and that really shouldn't be impacted. That field may be wet. Then we got number 19 Illinois at number 9 Penn State, and I'm gonna go with Penn State. I don't think Illinois has got what it takes to beat Penn State. Penn State just got a good running game, and they just got enough firepower with passing that they should be able to pull a win out over Illinois. And then we got Heat Wave's favorite team, Texas A&M versus Arkansas. And this weekend after his surgery, I guess he got a finger chopped off or something. Heat Wave.
Yeah, he cut off his thumb about right about the knuckle of the thumb, so a lot like half his thumb.
I ain't gonna ask how that happened. Man, that had to hurt. So I seen him trying on Facebook. He got it chopped off. So Heat Wave, I think Texas A&M's got what it takes to beat Arkansas. So I'm going with your A&M Aggies.
Okay.
I think A&M will beat Arkansas. Now we're coming down to the meat grinder here, Steve. Georgia, Alabama. And I'll tell you, they're playing at Alabama, Tuscaloosa. And it's just after, the last game Georgia played was at Kentucky, and Kentucky took them to the final minute. I'm going with Alabama. Georgia's rated number 2, but I think Alabama, they're not going to let Georgia come into their home turf and take a game away from them. And so I'm going to go with Alabama. It's the premier game, and they're going to beat Georgia. I know Doc Holliday ain't going to like it, but that's just the way it is.
Okay.
I had a lot of my OU friends and OSU friends didn't like it when I picked Tennessee and Utah, but hey, it's like I told them, facts are facts, and that's just the way it shakes out. And I look at this stuff, I look at the odds makers, what they're saying, and and I really like seeing these coaches now pulling the trigger on some of these players that's supposed to be out there producing. If you're getting NIL money, you better be producing out on that field. If you ain't, I'm going to yank you out of the game. Let the next guy step up to the plate. And so I really like seeing when Oklahoma pulled that young, and that ain't nothing against that young Jackson Arnold. It's just that he wasn't ready. Sorry, he just wasn't ready. And then that young quarterback come in, and he kept his cool and his composure, and he put Oklahoma back in the game. And I really enjoyed seeing that. And there was another game where the coach pulled a player that just wasn't quite performing, and that's what I want to start seeing out of some of these coaches. Okay, if you guys are coming in here demanding all this NIL money, well, it's a two-way street here, boys. You got to produce, or you're going to go on the bench. So that's my picks for Week 5 of the college football, Steve, and hopefully when we talk to you Sunday morning, I'll be able to tell you I won 7 games. But right now I'm sitting at 17-7.
17-7, not bad. So you want to be 24-7.
Correct. So now I'm trying to kill a spider. I had a spider running across my floor in my garage. Big old ugly wolf spider. Now I got to go to bed and not knowing if I got him or not.
Uh-oh. You won't sleep.
So anyway, Steve, that's all I got for you tonight. And prayers that everything will go good, which I'm sure it will, on your surgery tomorrow. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cough from your ear. So they're not going to crack your chest open.
No. This is just what do they call it? Cardiac catheterization. So he's gonna get a chance to get in there, look around, try to open some things up, and I guess put a stint in where necessary. I hope to get me all opened up and cleaned out. I feel like a new man, hopefully.
Okay. What time does that start?
I've got to be there at like 8 in the morning, but I think it's probably going to be more like 10 before they actually take me in.
Well, I don't want to call and bug you, so I guess you'll post up you're out and everything's going all right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. We'll let you know what's going on. Yep.
Steve, love to Lisa, and prayers for you, and we'll look forward to talking to you Sunday.
All right,
Monday morning.
and thanks for shaving that ugly mug for the cruise there. You look much better.
Yeah. I thought, well, I want to look kind of halfway nice, So I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right. He was looking like Grizzly Adams there, just being a hermit, not bothering to shave. I don't know how many weeks he got in, but he said, all right, I'm getting ready for the big trip. I'm getting ready for the cruise. So he cleaned it all up a little bit. All right, 29 past the hour. We'll get a news break and much more to come. Rolling into a Thursday morning. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. US presidential election rivals Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are campaigning in swing states on Wednesday as they remain neck and neck in the polls. Harris is delivering a speech on the economy in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Trump is in North Carolina, a state which has become more competitive since Harris entered the race. From Washington, Kate Fisher reports.
Pennsylvania is key to both Harris and Trump's path to the White House. It's the swing state with the largest number of electoral college votes. Harris is set to deliver what aides are describing as a major address on the economy, the biggest issue for voters in the election. Ahead of Trump's rally in North Carolina, the Harris campaign says it's put a dozen new billboards through the state that tie Trump to the disgraced Republican gubernatorial candidate endorsed by Trump. Mark Robinson's campaign for governor is in freefall after reports that he made racist comments years ago on a porn website. Recent polls show Harris and Trump neck and neck in the swing state. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Donald Trump's campaign says the former US president has been briefed by intelligence officials about possible assassination plots from Iran. It comes as a report into the attempt on his life in July found the Secret Service had made preventable mistakes. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The Trump team says the briefing included details about real and specific threats from Iran to assassinate the former president, something the campaign said was an effort to destabilize and sow chaos in the United States. Iranian threats have reportedly heightened in the past few months. Trump warned on Truth Social that Iran would likely try again in its efforts. Meanwhile, a report into the Butler, Pennsylvania attempted assassination found there were a series of foreseeable and preventable mistakes. Investigators also found that Secret Service personnel have since deflected blame as a result of their responsibilities not being clearly defined ahead of the rally.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has told an estimated 10,000 Brits in Lebanon now is the time to leave as Israel attacks Hezbollah across the country. Lebanese authorities believe well over 500 people have been killed since airstrikes began on Monday. Stuart Smith reports from London.
The UK is sending an additional 700 troops to its military base on the nearby Mediterranean island of Cyprus, as well as Border Force and Foreign Office officials in case an evacuation is needed. The UK Foreign Secretary has told its citizens to leave on commercial flights while they still can, mirroring advice from the US State Department, which has advised its citizens to leave by any means possible. A United Nations Security Council meeting in New York is expected later on Wednesday, with Hezbollah firing missiles at Tel Aviv and Israel continuing its airstrikes across Lebanon. Stuart Smith, London.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Kick off another hour. Actually, bottom of the hour. Rolling into a Thursday. Well, quick update. Yeah, I was under the impression with the hurricane being more of an eastern Gulf of Mexico that it shouldn't have too much of an impact on oil production in the Gulf. But I guess the sheer scope, the size of the storm, it's actually impacting a bit more than I anticipated. At this point, they're telling us about 29% of crude production and 17% of natural gas output in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico were shut down at this point in response to Helene. Energy producers have shut in 511,000 barrels per day of oil production and nearly 313 million cubic feet of natural gas from Gulf waters, according to the Bureau. They were given the numbers this past day. There were 17 oil and gas platforms evacuated as of this past day. So that's less than 5% of the Gulf of Mexico total, according to the offshore regulator. Chevron said they're shutting in production at their Chevron-operated Gulf of Mexico facilities, evacuating associated personnel. Norwegian oil producer Equinor also said they have shut in operations and evacuated staff at the Titan platform in the Gulf. Gulf of Mexico accounts for about 15% of all domestic oil production and 2% of natural gas output. Which that's pretty incredible, just 2% of the natural gas, and we've got 313 million cubic feet per day shut in. Yeah, we must produce ungodly amounts of natural gas in this country based on those numbers. See what's happening with the Grump? Morning.
Yeah, listen to Big Ed's picks. I'm going to have to start calling Vegas on him, so we can maybe win us a little money there. He's been doing pretty good. I was listening to Eagle there on Trump, what Trump was saying, about blowing up the largest city in Iran. That was he actually said that when he found out about the threats, that he said the president, talking about Biden, he said
right.
The president should be telling them,
Mm-hmm.
that if they harm this man in any way, that they would blow up the biggest city of, in that way. And I really don't see a damn thing wrong with that. I mean, I know it's stirred a lot of emotions on, from the idiots on the left, but I don't see a damn thing wrong with it. In fact, Biden should be saying something like that. Maybe not the biggest city, but he should just let them know that, in no uncertain terms,
yeah.
that, if Trump was to be harmed, that they would definitely, damn cop bounced right out in front of me. They would definitely, retaliate in the worst way possible. And I think a lot of this that's going on right now, and this, Zelensky over here, Congress should shut off all money to this idiot right now. I mean, he's over here wanting long-range weapons that'll go way inside Russia.
Russia, yeah.
And, this clown had the opportunity, Ukraine had the opportunity back in 1993 to join up with NATO, and we don't want any part of it, and now they won't. It seems like every week this moron's over here or crying about more money. And the money that we have gave him and the weapons and everything, when you look at $100 billion, let's just say $100 billion, about 72% of that goes to run their infrastructure and pay their elected officials. And these guys are getting rich off this crap. I was listening to one of the stories where a lot of these Ukrainian oligarchs have all these big villas and things like that they've bought from our money that's on the French Riviera and places where they can run to if Russia would overrun it. But I don't think Russia ever would overrun everything. I think everybody's just happy the way it is right now. They got some collateral damage and bodies here and there, but for the most part, it seems like they're just throwing missiles back and forth at each other, and enough to keep the oil prices up there high, and Russia getting rich off of it. I don't think. I don't know. There's just something weird about this damn war. It seems like it just seems to me like there's more to it than what's going on with it, and there's more of a motive for it than what we're actually being told. But,
it doesn't sound like there doesn't seem to be any urgency in ending the war. Zelensky apparently wants Kamala Harris because he wants 4 more years of money coming in, right? He doesn't seem to be in any rush to try to negotiate an end.
Yeah, that's the deal right there. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is this guy? He just there is no urgency whatsoever. I mean, he's just perpetuating this war. Just hey, let's let it run out. The worst thing in the world happened to him is Trump got reelected. Got it back in office, because I think in a second he would start an investigation on where the money went, on the accountability of it. He's already said something to that nature, and as far as Israel would absolutely love it, because the first thing Trump's going to say is hey, leave them alone, let them finish this. As long as the United Nations and people like Biden and Harris are getting involved in this Israeli conflict, and they're making the Israelis look like the bad people just simply for defending themselves. You know, at no time in history was there ever a state of Palestine. But they keep talking, you know, people keeps talking about, you know, Israel needs to get out of Palestine. You know, old Palestine was actually, you know, where the Palestinian people lived at, had the greatest numbers, was in Jordan. And the Jordanians booted their ass out because they can't get along with anybody. And that was, you know, eons ago. So right now, I think the people that's been the nicest to them actually is the Israelis, you know. And when you look at the numbers themselves, I mean, nobody suffered more than the Jews. You know, with 6 million, I mean, exterminated in Germany. What the hell is these people thinking? I mean, did they think that was false? I mean, all you got to do, and I went to 2 different concentration camps. When we went into Dachau, just walking through that gate gave you the eeriest feeling I've ever seen in my life. And I actually met people. There was a guy there that had the tattoo on his arm, and he showed us his bunk when he was 10 years old in Dachau. And he actually worked the ovens where he would take the ashes out of the ovens. And he said, I buried my mother and my father, you know, in one of these mass graves. And you know, he grew up in United States, but, you know, Jewish. But Dachau was one of the cruelest places I've ever seen in my life. It was a test facility for, you know, not just a concentration camp, but it was a test facility. I mean, they would fill up pools of water, you know, have a pool, and they would fill it up with ice, and they'd throw, you know, 3 or 4 Jews in there and see how long it took them to die. And sometimes they would dress them up in the same clothes that the Luftwaffe would wear, you know, while they're in flight. And they would, in case they did a water landing in the North Sea or something like that, and they would put them in there. They would have the temperatures just about the same, and they wouldn't take them out. They would just let them see how long it would take them to die. And it was just, you know, or testing chemicals on them. They had rooms there where they'd take them in and test chemicals on them. And just walking through the induction center itself, when you go through the gate and you hang that left and you go into the induction center and you're seeing the pictures on the walls, you just cannot believe that people are that damn cruel, Steve. And you're talking so many people that was just so emaciated that, you know, my father, when he had cancer, was, you know, he couldn't eat. I mean, he had all in his body. And it got to the point where I could just pick him up. And he was a big strapping guy, you know. I mean, he was a big guy, and I could just pick him up like a little kid and just take him, you know, give him a bath and stuff. And every time I would see him, his knees or something like that, I would think about, you know, the day we spent at Dachau. But I don't know, man. I tell you, it seems so one-sided that people looks at that as you know, another statue that they would like to tear down just because they don't want to see the ugly truth about what happened at Dachau and what happened at Auschwitz and so many other places over there, the concentration camps, and what the Jews went through. And they fought for every damn thing they've got right now, and they're not going to put up with this crap. I mean, if you want a butt whipping, they'll do it. You know, if you got Hezbollah right now that is, you know, causing so many problems coming out of Lebanon, and they're just going to, you know, here pretty soon. I would look for them just to start flattening the place, and it's, you know, maybe that's going to send a strong message to Iran, but I doubt it. Iran would probably want to get involved in it, you know, one way or another. More drone attacks, things like that. Yeah. You know, some of these Middle Eastern countries, and Iranians are one of them, are the dumbest damn people under the sun. You know, they fought with Iraq for 7 years. They never, you know, whatever little ounce of ground they'd take, they'd give back the next day. And it was nothing like what we would do. You know, we've had several assessments on how long it would take the United States to, if we got in a shooting war with Iran, how long it would take us to dominate the Iranian airspace and the waters around it. And they said 47 minutes.
Okay.
with our assets that's in there right now in the Gulf of Oman and all over that area right there. And what it would take would be about 47 minutes for us to completely annihilate their infrastructure and their military capabilities. And that's just on Tomahawks and launching, the sorties coming off the ships and flying out of Incirlik.
Right.
And other places, Saudi and places like that.
Well, if they're more reliant on electronic warfare, I mean that would make no sense, because why did we end up spending 20 years in Afghanistan?
If that would be a mistake on their part. Our EC-130s and a lot of the F-15s right now that are equipped with some of the electronic capabilities. I mean, it's like the EC-130s. They can fly over. I know when I was over in the first Gulf War, guy that lived right upstairs from me, he was a crew chief on a 130, and he would talk a lot about it. But these things would fly over. They'd key these things up, and it would start blowing up TVs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, when they juice them up, they do crazy things, and so they can jam everything in the system. Plus, we got AWACS planes and stuff like that has the capability of ground surveillance radar also, where the GSRs, where they can pinpoint everything that's there. We depended heavily on that. I mean, we would get the signals back on the GSRs and stuff. We knew where troop movements were and a little bit of everything. You never feel uncomfortable when the United States is at its best, and it's not going to be at its best as long as somebody like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is in office, because they divert so much of the funding away from what we need to do, and they give it to other countries. They think, well, let's run these surrogate wars. No, if we are built up to the point where nobody wants to mess with the big kids on the block, that's what prevents wars right there. If they just absolutely understand from the get-go that if you shoot this guy or you launch a weapon, a missile, or anything else inside the United States, that the retaliation is going to be such that it would just annihilate everything. That's what prevents wars. But you can't get it in the damn Democrats' head. They think by giving them a hug and giving them money and talking sweet and all this, that's what prevents wars. No, it doesn't. Strength is what prevents wars, and peace through strength. That was one of the biggest quotes of Ronald Reagan. But it's coming, man. I don't know what's going to happen up until now. You still got idiots that are talking, well, hell, they're going to, we're just going to be in an all-out war here with somebody, and they're going to declare martial law and all this. And he's going to hand the reins over to Kamala Harris. That don't happen. I wish these idiots would shut up talking about that, because that cannot happen. It would take this country would have to be bombed to nothing before our elections would stop. If people can crawl to the damn election booths, they're going to do it, because they want the person that is going to do the job, and it's not Kamala Harris. She might run that big ass mouth of hers and cackle like a ruptured hyena or something like that, but she's never going to amount to a damn. It's just the way it is, and people need to understand that. But I don't know.
You're
going to have that heart cath, huh?
Yep. Friday morning. Yep.
Wow. Been having a little shortness of breath, things like that, and kind of working on you? Tired, that kind of thing?
It started, I did a lung screening, and the lungs were, I thought after all my years of smoking, I was kind of concerned. The lungs were fine, but they saw with the CT, they could see calcification, as they put it. And it was pretty severe calcification. Then we did the full CT scan on the heart with the contrast. In the right coronary artery, 70 to 99% blockage, they're saying. So, and then, there's a bunch of others that he's going to look at. I don't think they're not worried about 25 and 35% blockages, right? It's just, they won't even touch those, I don't think.
No. They'll, when it gets up over 70, that's when they really start looking at it, And I've had to go in several times, back in, it's 3 years ago. Let's see, it was in March or April, something like that. was down in Texas and got hit by that damn bolt of lightning and knocked me, knocked me down. I had my hand, holding onto the gutter, and it went through my body and come out my leg and grounded out on the truck. The truck was backed up to the dock, and me and Gouger was standing there talking, and it just boom, just this lightning hit. And I've been getting these heart palpitations ever since then. It just all of a sudden my heart will just take off. And so we've been, they're going to put me on a monitor, I guess. They, I don't know. It's usually when it happens, it kind of gets me out of breath. But I don't know. I'm not too much worried about it. It's just, hell, it didn't kill me then. I don't think it's going to kill me now. but it's just crazy, man. I mean, when you look at it, we're getting older, buddy. I mean, you're coming up on 6-0.
Ain't getting any younger. That is for sure.
No, and I've done what past that number, and I'm just, I don't know. It's, I feel good though. I really do. Other than cataracts and and having to have 2 discs replaced in my neck and stuff, but I feel good. Hell, I still get out and hang with them and stuff. I don't get out of breath like I thought I would, but it's just arthritis and shit like that, or crap like that that's really bothering me right now. I mean, it's when you think about it, Steve, it's I don't know. My doctor, he said, I'm not going to prescribe you anything because it just sat on the shelf. You wouldn't take it anyway. I said, I ain't into all the pills and stuff, man. I just I just soon hurt is to constantly take some kind of a, something to alleviate a little pain or this or that.
Yeah.
And I just, I don't know, man. It seems like once you go down that road, it just never stops, and stuff.
He wanted to,
I look at my wife.
He tried to start me on Crestor, which is like a cholesterol medicine. It's a statin. And I took it for 2 days and I started, I started looking, I'm researching. I'm hearing all this negativity about taking statins. I said, the statin will kill you before cholesterol ever will.
Yeah. Alec, my son, you talked to him at the truck show. He, he had that heart attack. And back, I guess it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. It was right when COVID was going pretty good. But they put him on all kinds of stuff, and he will not take any of that. He said, I'm not taking this garbage. He said it's, they put 3 stents in. He had a valve in his lower ventricle that just collapsed. Same thing that happened to my wife. So they kind of figured it was kind of hereditary.
Yeah.
But he just, he told him right flat. He said, I'm not going to take it. My wife's always on him. You need to take medicine and stuff like that. And he said, Mom, I'm not taking that garbage. He said, he said, hell, the medicine will kill you quicker than anything. So, and when you look at it and you just keyed on it, that it will. I mean, it just seems like when you sit and read all the
potential side effects. Yeah.
I'm like, man,
not good.
What the hell? Why don't they just give you, play some Russian roulette or something? All
right, Grump. Well, hey, I got to rolling toward top of the hour, so I believe, yes, Senior Heatwave is indeed on board. He'll be. I guess we'll get the full report, right? Philip, on his way to work in Florida as the hours continue to tick away before Helene makes landfall late Thursday. Continuing to strengthen, they're saying it will strengthen quickly. As of Wednesday evening, Category 1, 85 mile per hour sustained winds. Yeah, forecasters indeed expect Helene to rapidly intensify and gain at least 35 miles per hour in terms of wind in less than 24 hours. Helene is forecast to peak as a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. That's winds of 130 to 156 miles per hour. While over the Gulf before landfall, depending on the integrity of the eye wall, Helene could retain that intensity up to the time of landfall this evening. Hurricane warnings in effect for the Big Bend area to just north of Tampa. Tropical storm warnings in effect for pretty much the rest of the doggone state, except for the western part of the Panhandle. Tropical storm warnings in effect for Georgia, South Carolina, pretty much the entirety of both of those states. Confidence continues to grow among experts that landfall Thursday evening in the Big Bend area, which is the zone from the eastern part of the Panhandle to the northwest part of the Florida Peninsula. The latest information suggests landfall may be near Apalachicola, Florida. There's still some risk the storm may drift a bit to the west or east, but the steering breezes are more deliberate with this storm over the Gulf compared to some in the past that have shifted their tracks considerably at the last minute. At landfall Thursday evening, being forecast somewhere 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern, expected to have sustained winds of 120 to 125 with much stronger gusts to at least 140. Some may approach 160. Now, the sustained winds forecast are the intensity of a Category 3. The gust forecast would be Category 4 and 5, respectively. 140 for a 4, 160 for a 5. The impacts of the hurricane going well beyond the potentially destructive winds, storm surge, flooding, population density, and economic impacts. These impacts occur not just along the coast, but these will be occurring hundreds of miles inland. All right, we'll see what Philip has to say coming up. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed another 72 people. The death toll from Israeli bombings there is now more than 620. Lebanon's foreign ministry says the aggression has also displaced more than 500,000 people. The attacks have sparked protests in support of Lebanon and Palestine, which Israel has also been bombing for nearly a year, in the US, Netherlands, Tunisia, Spain, and other countries. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says Tel Aviv does not seek a full-scale war. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia have issued a joint call, along with the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and several EU countries, for a 21-day temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. France's foreign minister says efforts will continue in the coming hours to clinch a deal. Meanwhile, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders says he, along with fellow Democrats, have introduced legislation looking to block the sale of more than $20 billion in U.S. arms to Israel, as U.S. supply is believed to be sustaining Israel's bombings of Palestine and Lebanon. China says it's conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. Beijing says the Wednesday test was conducted in accordance with international laws and was not directed at any one country. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
The launch on Wednesday was the first in more than 40 years. The long-range missile carried a dummy warhead and landed in a designated area, believed to be in the South Pacific. Beijing says it was routine and not aimed at any country or target. But Japan said it did not receive a warning and expressed concern, as did Australia and New Zealand. Experts say the location of the Pacific Ocean was both a warning to the US and its allies and a display of China's nuclear capabilities. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says the world is at, quote, an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. He made the comments in his final address to the UN General Assembly as he nears the end of his time in office. Mitch McCann reports.
Joe Biden used his final opportunity to speak to the General Assembly to reflect on his administration's foreign policy successes, which he said included rebuilding Western alliances to support Ukraine. But Biden also sent a warning to world leaders not to waste time in acting to solve some of the planet's biggest crises at the moment. His speech came amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, following Israeli strikes on targets within Lebanon. And speaking of that situation, Biden said we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. And he added that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at whether an Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon, if it starts, can succeed in defeating Hezbollah. The eradication of Hezbollah as a force is clearly the ambition of the Israeli War Cabinet, helmed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But is it achievable through military efforts, whether clandestine ones, like the exploding pagers and walkie-talkies of a few days ago, or by more orthodox military means? Sir Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the United States and a former head of Britain's National Security Council, doesn't think so.
In the past, it happened in the 80s, happened in 2006. It has always failed. I mean, they have done a lot of damage. They have killed quite a lot of Hezbollah people. Sadly, quite a lot of Lebanese civilians as well. But they have never eradicated Hezbollah. And some of us would say it's the same as their attempts to eradicate or to defeat Hamas in Gaza. You can do a lot of damage. You can limit their ability to strike at you for some time ahead, but you're not going to win. You're not going to achieve your objective. Only diplomacy and ultimately politics will do that.
Strenuous efforts are now being made by the US and a dozen other countries to ignite fresh diplomatic efforts to defuse the crisis, but as a proxy of Iran, Hezbollah is not easy to bring to the table. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed 72 people, bringing the death toll from Israel's bombings there to over 620. China says it conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean, and in his final address to the UN General Assembly as US President, Joe Biden says the world's at an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. And that's the latest feature story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Hey, we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. All right, there he is, Senior Heatwave.
Yes, good morning, Senor.
How we feeling?
Well, I'll tell you what, that narco will knock you out. Just as soon as the pain hits, I tell you what, when it first it happened, I mean, it was so damn fast, especially at night. And I knew something was going on, and I said, damn, that hurt. You know, and I went ahead and pulled my glove off and looked, and I said, ooh, that's going to leave a mark. So I went ahead and seen all the people I needed to see up there, and we went around the area. Now, this is like 10:30 at night. We're all standing around looking at the ground. People are looking at us going, what the hell's the matter with you people?
I'm looking for my thumb.
And someone said, that's pretty much it. It went, well, if you look at your thumb and the skin around the tip and the fingernail itself,
yeah,
that's what came off. That's what got smashed off. Not cut off, smashed off. And so after about 10 minutes of not finding anything, the operations manager went ahead and took me to the hospital. We get about a quarter mile away from the yard. And I says, why don't you have them look inside my glove? And sure enough, that's where it was.
Ew, yuck.
They brought it to the hospital, and they says, well, it's just tissue. We can't really do anything with it. So they went ahead and they gave me a pain blocker, and I swear that needle went through all the way to the other side of my thumb at the, at the biggest part. And he says, no, we just hit a nerve. I'm like, yeah, you did. But I kept up, pretty good front. They says, oh, that's just the adrenaline and the shock that you're in. I'm like, well, when's it supposed to end? Because it was going on since that time all the way until the surgery yesterday. But I did see the surgeon prior, and he looked at it and he says, well, I'll do what I can to make sure that you have roughly the same length. You just won't have your fingernail. I said, that is fine with me. And it really did not hurt. The most pain I had at the time, you know what it's like when you have the skin behind your cuticle, the skin kind of comes up and you rip it and it stings?
Yes.
That's basically what I felt going on. I did not feel anything in the thumb itself. And so we get to the area where they're going to do the procedure, and they get me lit up with antibiotic, a bag of antibiotic and a bag of saline. And they says, well, we're running a little bit behind. And I said, business is good, eh? And like, well, unfortunately, yeah. And I says, well, fortunately, y'all still have a job. So, that kind of playful, jovial banter going on between me and the doctor and me and the nurses and whatnot. And he says, well, while you're in here, we'll go ahead and we'll put on a TV for you. I says, all right. So they put it on a channel that had a guy laying in the hospital bed with tubes and wires and whatnot coming out of him. And I said, this ain't very helpful. It's not working to calm any nerves I might have that may be a little bit alive with fire. But they laughed and they put it on something else. And Then they went ahead and brought me in, and the anesthesiologist said, all right, we're going to give you something that's going to knock you out. I said, great, because I don't even want to see this when I wake up.
Mm-hmm.
I got wheeled into the room, and I see the table that I'm supposed to be laying on, and they says, this is Dr. So-and-so, and this is the assistant so-and-so, and this is your surgeon. I says, yeah, I met him yesterday. And that's all I remember until the time they woke me up. So it didn't hurt. They pumped me full of anesthetic, and I slept mostly through the night, and then that's when the pain started coming up. All the nerves are saying, hey, rise and shine, sunshine, it's time to get up.
Right. You can feel your heart beating in your thumb,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah. So, anyways. So, then placed nothing right now. I'm not even supposed to lift 5 pounds with my good hand. No heavy lifting with the left hand. I said, well, don't you worry about that, Doc. In the meantime, my son traveled from our hacienda here in Edgewood, New Mexico, up to Salt Lake City, and he was kind of a mess because he'd already been up 14 hours prior to leaving, and then driving at night, getting in at rush hour.
Mm.
When he got to the motel, he says, hey, how you doing? Took his boots off. He says, well, I'm just going to stretch out for a minute. And about 30 seconds later,
lights out.
He lights out. It's like, good for you, buddy. You just go ahead and take that break. So they got done with me. The operations manager at Salt Lake, he come by and picked me up. And I told him my son was there, but he was just sleeping right now due to his trip, and they were okay with it. And didn't really feel anything until about 5 o'clock this morning, 5:55, somewhere around there. Yeah, that's when I start hitting Mr. Narco pretty hard. So I on the way down, I took my medicines as regular as I was supposed to. So, and that Narco, which is like 5 milligrams of hydrocodone and 325 milligrams of Tylenol. Within 30 minutes of taking it, the pain has gone away. So the pain I'm feeling now is much worse than when it originally happened.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, yeah, it's good to be home. I tell you what, Steve, when you're out there and you have to get meals, I mean, just one damn meal is $20, and that may not even be including your drink. So I went ahead and when I first got my first set of medicine from the visit Friday to Saturday morning, I went to the yard first because our program wasn't working, and our ops manager, he picked me up, and we went ahead and finished up our accident report, and then he took me to Walmart, one of the Walmarts over there. The damn thing's built on a piece of land so small that they built a parking garage right next to the store. I mean, it's like garage store. There is no gap in between the two. So they got plenty of parking, and they got an elevator that'll bring you and your stuff up. But while we were getting the medicines there, I went ahead and got $75 worth of sandwich meats and bread and cheese, all the stuff for sandwiches. And you know what? That's lasted. I've still got. It's still out in the pickup now, but I mean it's in a cooler. But I mean everything is so damned expensive out there. And anyone who thinks that Democrats are going to save the world here, and lower prices, need to ask themselves this: what in the hell was Kamala doing with Joe whenever they were doing all these ideas about the economy? And if you still want to vote for Kamala, hey, you know what? That's your right. Go ahead. But if she hasn't done anything in 3.5 years to help the economy, why do you think she's going to do it from day one? Her day one was being installed as vice president. So, anyone who's got that kind of money to spend, you know what? Socialism is the sharing of everything. So whatever you make, part of that money comes to me too. And if you make more than I do, which I'm sure most people do, they're going to find out it ain't so damn funny when their money's getting taken and spread around.
Right. Yeah. Be careful. Be careful what you wish for. You might rue the day, right? All right. Speedy healing there, Senor Heatwave. That's gotta hurt. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
We'll get to Philip here. Now, talking about due to the shape of the coast there at the Big Bend, which can trap excess water in the Big Bend area. The forecast intensity and track. AccuWeather meteorologists anticipate a storm surge up to the height of a 2-story building, 15 to 20 feet. Coming our way Thursday night. At this height, some single-story buildings along the coast will be completely submerged. However, a significant, dangerous surge will extend well to the south and the east of where the eye comes ashore. A peak storm surge of 6 to perhaps 10 feet can occur Thursday night in portions of Tampa Bay, where the west winds will cause the water to pile up on the eastern parts of the bay. Due to the strong easterly winds off the Atlantic, a significant storm surge and coastal flooding are expected as well from northeastern Florida to Georgia and South Carolina on that northern and eastern side of the storm. Portions of Savannah, Charleston, South Carolina could be inundated from Thursday night to Friday. A tremendous amount of rain will fall in northern Florida, enough to cause travel problems and minor flooding, even in southern and eastern Florida. The potential for catastrophic flooding in northern Florida, especially the eastern part of the Panhandle General 8 to 12 inches of rain. Yeah, the storm max rainfall totals could approach 24 inches for some. But some of that could occur hundreds of miles inland of the Gulf Coast. It's going to be a big system. Conditions may cause considerable risks to lives and property, even as the storm travels well inland. From strong winds and flooding rain, portions of Georgia, South Carolina, western North Carolina, the Virginia Panhandle, eastern Tennessee, and perhaps parts of Kentucky and West Virginia. All areas that are potentially looking at flooding concerns. What do you say, Philip? Good morning. So actually, Disney's going to be up and running today?
Yeah, I just called the emergency hotline. You know, we have to call a hotline when we have storms that are getting close, and they tell us whether we work or not, and they say it's normal business.
Wow.
You know, as usual. We won't shut down unless it comes over us, which I don't think it's going to. What everything's looking for is, like you said, up there in the Big Bend. Real quick, Steve, dude, we'll be praying for you and the heat wave. I hope you guys get better, and I hope your surgery goes well. I just want to tell you that before I start talking about the storm stuff.
Thank you.
Let's get down to the business here now. Okay, if you're on 75, anywhere from Atlanta all the way down into Florida, you need to get your plan together right now. Where you going to be at? Where you going to lay over at? What you going to do? Because come later today, it ain't going to be a real fun deal. If you're on I-10, anywhere from, say, Mobile over all the way to Jax, you need to do the same thing. Steve, you were talking about, they've got hurricane warnings all the way up almost to Atlanta. Did you see that on the warnings there, Steve?
Absolutely. It's still supposed to be a Category 1 there.
Absolutely. So, picture this, folks. They got tropical storm warnings. Now, I'm talking tropical storm warnings up at Chattanooga.
Yes.
Now, look, that's how big this thing is. You know, we're talking about a storm that's 850, 900 miles wide. You know, we going to get tropical storm effects all the way from one side of Florida to the other in some spots. You know, I mean, that's why those warnings pretty much encompass the state. We're going to have beach erosion on the Atlantic side. That's you know, the storm is actually in the Gulf of Mexico. It's not even on the Atlantic Ocean, and we're going to get beach erosion, which means that the wind going across the state is going to be pulling the sand out from the beaches. You know, so it's one of those things you're going to have to pay attention to where you're at, make your plan, do what you got to do, get where you need to get, stay there, and don't move. Now, if anybody out there is listening to me, and you live in a county in the Panhandle, or you live in South Georgia, anywhere up in that area where that warnings are, you need to go to put your county name in on a Google search, and you put Know Your Zone. And what that's going to do is going to pull up the Department of Emergency Management for your county, and you'll see about evacuations. That's something we need to pay attention to. We need to be really evacuated right now. You need to be where you need to be, and you need to be at a shelter where you need to be at. But that Know Your Zone, every county has it. I'm not sure about Ohio, Steve, but I know down here, we've got Know Your Zone, it's called. You put your county name in first, and then you put Know Your Zone, and it will pull up the website hookup to go and see where your evacuation zones are and where you need to be at shelter-wise. It even tells you where sandbag locations are. It's a pretty nifty little app that the department, the emergency management departments have put together, and I'm pretty sure they got it in South Georgia and Georgia as well, in general. But it's something that we need to pay attention to with these kinds of storms. I can't emphasize enough, especially you driving a high-profile vehicle, you need to be parked, and I hate to say this, but you need to be lined up with everybody else. Because I would rather have a truck in a line when something like this hits than to be out there by myself and be flipped over. You know, but if you're coming down 75, you need to pay attention. Anything west of 75 is going to be ugly. It's going to be real ugly. And if you're down there around the bend area, you just need to park it. That's it. I mean, you're talking about that surge. A lot of people don't understand. If you look at a house, that's 10 foot. General one-story house is about 10 foot. You know, you're talking 20 foot of surge. You're talking that 20 twice.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, Cedar Key is actually in the bend, Steve. They flood every time, and I feel sorry for those poor folks. They strong-willed people that live there to go through this mess all the time. They go through it every year. Cedar Key will be underwater. I mean, that's just fact of the matter. It'll be under at least 10 foot of water. You're talking 10 foot of water in Tampa Bay. Now think about this, Steve. Tampa Bay from Cedar Key, that's probably a couple hundred miles. That's a heck of a difference now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You know, and 10 foot of water ain't nothing to play with. I mean, I'm almost 6 foot tall. You know, think about it, that's 4 foot over my head. You know, and it's nothing to play with. And I hope people heed to the warning. I mean, you should really right now be where you need to be at. If you're paying attention, you're doing what you need to do. You should be where you need to be at right now. I've done preparedness things, just tropical storm winds. We still did preparedness things, little things. You know, I mean, pulling all loose stuff up. You know, getting the trash cans inside the house, make sure that everything. I'm not boarded up. I wasn't with tropical storm. I don't board up, but with hurricane stuff, I do. And you need to be where you need to be at. That's pretty much all I can say about that, Steve. And hopefully everybody just hunkers down and takes it easy. What do you think, buddy?
All right. So technically, you're far enough to on the eastern side. You're more or less going to be dealing with the wraparound, the feeder bands coming in from the Atlantic, from east to west, right? That's what you're going to be dealing with?
Yes, what I'm going to be dealing with down here at Disney today, and actually at home too as well, we're going to be dealing with the feeder bands that come in. Now listen to this. We got a chance for tornadoes because those feeder bands can spin up tornadoes.
Yes.
So that's something we got to pay attention to. If you have an emergency radio, I would strongly advise you to have your emergency radio on today. If you have one of those little Midland weather radios or you have a weather radio of some sort, and you're listening to me and you're in the state of Florida.
Pay attention to what's going on. All right. Thank you much, Philip.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed another 72 people. The death toll from Israeli bombings there is now more than 620. Lebanon's foreign ministry says the aggression has also displaced more than 500,000 people. The attacks have sparked protests in support of Lebanon and Palestine, which Israel has also been bombing for nearly a year, in the US, Netherlands, Tunisia, Spain, and other countries. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says Tel Aviv does not seek a full-scale war. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia have issued a joint call, along with the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and several EU countries, for a 21-day temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. France's foreign minister says efforts will continue in the coming hours to clinch a deal. Meanwhile, US Senator Bernie Sanders says he, along with fellow Democrats, have introduced legislation looking to block the sale of more than $20 billion in US arms to Israel, as US supply is believed to be sustaining Israel's bombings of Palestine and Lebanon. China says it's conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. Beijing says the Wednesday test was conducted in accordance with international laws and was not directed at any one country. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
The launch on Wednesday was the first in more than 40 years. The long-range missile carried a dummy warhead and landed in a designated area, believed to be in the South Pacific. Beijing says it was routine and not aimed at any country or target. But Japan said it did not receive a warning and expressed concern, as did Australia and New Zealand. Experts say the location of the Pacific Ocean was both a warning to the US and its allies and a display of China's nuclear capabilities. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says the world is at, quote, an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. He made the comments in his final address to the UN General Assembly as he nears the end of his time in office. Mitch McCann reports.
Joe Biden used his final opportunity to speak to the General Assembly to reflect on his administration's foreign policy successes, which he said included rebuilding Western alliances to support Ukraine. But Biden also sent a warning to world leaders not to waste time in acting to solve some of the planet's biggest crises at the moment. His speech came amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, following Israeli strikes on targets within Lebanon. And speaking of that situation, Biden said we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. And he added that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, thanks for hanging out with us. Let me get back to the calls here. I think we hit the news break there. Philip had a little bit more for us. Welcome back, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, like I said earlier, them feeder bands, they can pop up tornadoes, so you got to pay attention to it. And, it's pretty much what it is, Steve. We just got to pay attention to what's going on. And I'm pretty sure Captain Ron and all those guys are all where they need to be at right now. So, and have you heard from him, Steve?
Captain Ron was first out of the box this morning. He's rolling tonight. Shorty's making his. He's headed to Orlando. The turnaround number 2 this week. This morning.
Well, hopefully they take it easy and be where they need to be at. But I got to go down here today. I'm I'm not worried about this morning. I'm coming in. It ain't that. There's nothing happening right now. Right, I'm in Orlando right now. I'm right at John Young Park. Well, not John Young Parkway. I'm at Orange Blossom Trail on I-4, and it's clear. But I'm kind of concerned about my afternoon ride home.
Yeah,
and that's what's kind of, I'm not so much concerned about tonight. Had a funny thing happen to me last night. After I talked to you on the phone, I talked to Eskimo Mom, and I got down here by Kirkman. They got a detour. I had to go around because they had I-4 shut down for construction in this one area. And Steve, I actually had a head-on car. I stayed in the right lane. They were in the passing lane, and they passed me on Kirkman. And I haven't had that in a long time, but that was on just like a side street. That wasn't even on the interstate. That was on the side street. Somebody driving backwards down the road. I was like, wow. And, I was talking to Eskimo Mom. I said, I got to hang up, or not hang up. I got to hold on for a second here. I got a car coming at me. So I stayed the right lane. They stayed in the passing lane. We went right past each other. And then they turned into a hotel down the street. And I was like, man, that's crazy. So you got to watch out what's going on around you. But
wow.
That's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you. Steve, when you having your surgery?
Friday morning. Got to be there at 8 a.m.
Friday morning.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, buddy, you take it easy. And like I tell all my friends, if y'all need anything, you let us know, and we'll be praying for y'all, and y'all be safe. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Yeah, you hunker down as well. All right, 844-844-3388. See what Vic has going on this morning. Hey, Vic, what's happening?
Well, I don't know. I was listening to all these negative vibes. I hope you don't absorb those and get good vibes before you have to go to the hospital there, because it seems like a lot of bad things are happening for some reason or another. But last week, Wheelchair Dave, we called in and was talking about that RLL FBI raid. I haven't heard a thing about that. I have no idea, what they might be doing. I believe he said he was going to come to Indianapolis they had some type of race up there at the Motor Speedway over the weekend. And, Penske owns that now. So I haven't a clue what it was all about. Maybe they found out later on. There's a problem they've been having here in Indianapolis, what's called street takeovers and spin-outs.
Yes. Yep.
So they just said if anybody gets caught doing that, even an observer, they will impound their car and a whole lot of other things. But the big thing is they will impound their car. And that's I don't know how that got started, and people have gotten injured doing that. So I don't know. These fads get started and they just keep going and going and going. But the other thing is, did you get the email I sent you about the Justice Department and that faith-based program they started years ago? I don't know if you.
Yes, I did.
Got that
I did indeed. Yes.
Yeah. It's rather lengthy, but when they got that all started, I was joined an organization, People for the American Way, which was started by Reverend Buchanan, and he said at that time, the problem is, just like it says in the Bible, you can't serve two masters, God and mammon at the same time. And he said eventually what would happen was that the churches would be like the one fellow that used to say, if you take the king's shilling, you have to do the king's bidding. So by and large, that's pretty well neutralized the evangelic, the Christian, I guess you would say, bloc that used to always support a lot of Republicans and everything, because people want the money. And whenever I just kind of skimmed at it a little bit, my Lord, I didn't know how that thing is growing like topsy. You can go out and form all these nonprofit groups for this and that and everything else. And then after that, you apply for grants from the government. So people that do that, they pretty well know how to to work that. And although they were talking about with Zelensky there, supposedly they had flown him over here to the United States in a C-17, and it's like, why in the world would they use a large cargo plane like that to fly him over here? And the deal up in Pennsylvania, I think they took him to a munitions plant or something along that nature. That was pretty much boiled down to a campaign stuff. So the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations, and the nonprofit, all of these people have figured out how to get government money to basically do anything but spend government money. So it's no wonder we're running such a deficit. It's like I said, it really amazed me how many different things that they can come up with. And then on the news today, I seen that, yeah, we did have some Haitians over. Somebody come up with some sort of a nonprofit organization to pay for some Haitians somewhere here in Indianapolis. And it's like, at what point do we quit bringing all of these people in here? And there's no question but what the Democrats are doing everything they can to get people in here into the United States. And I actually seen a Haitian from Springfield, Ohio there. He was talking about how many of them were here and how they could affect the vote and everything. And I'm thinking, Guy, I don't think you need to be saying that, because you're supposed to be a citizen before you can vote. So I thought, Guy, you really haven't learned the whole system very well. But that was really what I was going to call about tonight. Another thing is, I talking about all that storm down through Georgia and all that. I had a couple of nieces. They've talked for about the last 50, 60 days. They were going to Florida, and of course, my wife, she talks to her sister back and forth. My wife keeps trying to tell them that they better take a long, hard look. I don't know if they rented a room down there or they're big users of Airbnb. It's like, I don't know if you're going to get much past Atlanta, because they have a brother that lives there in Atlanta, and that might be where the thing stops, because I don't believe they really fully appreciate the damage that can be done with all those hurricanes and all the weather that comes with it and the tornadoes. But I'll have to wait and see in the morning how they came out. But that was pretty much really all I wanted to mention was that there's something else about Georgia. The hand count ballots they were talking about.
Yes, right.
You might know more about this, but supposedly they're going to use the machines, but before they certify the election, there's supposed to be like a hand count of the ballots. In the Georgia courts, last I seen, they upheld that procedure. So I don't know how it's all going to work. So it's going to take some time. But like I said, it's way back when that I don't know what the Democrats have up their sleeve, but they somehow feel like they got a system to where they can cheat and make it look legal, and they're going to wind up staying in power one way or another. And Nancy Pelosi getting somebody ready to take over speakership of the House. And I like I said, it's absolutely beyond the capability of the Democrats to run an honest election or a campaign. I just don't know where they got off on that track. And with Kamala there, her daddy's book, Black Marxist, says this system will work. They know how to work. Nobody else knew how they'd work it. But you trust her, and she's going to spend your money, and then you're going to go to the Big Rock Candy Mountain. And with that, I'll let you go.
All right, Vic, have a good morning. Thank you for checking in. Some of the comments we had from a bit earlier this morning. Jack was one of those when I was mentioning the crisis averted with the styrene leaking rail car in southwest Ohio. Yeah, they're on Tuesday evening. Jack says, as a resident of Cleves, he lives right there where this was all unfolding. He said, I will say that when this happened, they closed down the school and sent our children walking home. Yeah, the kids were directly in the evacuation zone walking as this thing was leaking with the wind blowing directly towards the school building. We are all very pissed. As I said, I am a Cleves resident, and we need some answers. Okay, that's not good. Little lack of communication there. The kids, technically, if you have a shelter in place and they're telling all the residents in that zone, get indoors, shut your windows, shut your doors, shut your fireplace damper. Yeah, you don't want to be breathing the air, and then you're letting the kids walk home. Something not right. Buckeye Boy, checking in from New Baden, Illinois tonight. I was in rain off and on most of the day, some lightning and thunder. While I was heading to Decatur, Georgia to load, then up to almost Chattanooga, where it cleared up some, and finally the sun came out. Yeah, once I got over Monteagle, I got into the sprinkles again and some heavy rain. I'm on 64 now, just east of St. Louis, no rain. Talked to my stepson about 5 o'clock this past afternoon. They were eating dinner at the time, and apparently they were going to make a decision if they were going to leave Panama City Beach, where they're vacationing right now. I haven't heard what they decided, but he's a smart kid, and he'll make an informed decision based on all the information available. My sister is staying in Auburndale, Florida. She lives in a block building, so should be okay. My friends that live in Clearwater said they were going to stay also, but that was a number of hours ago. Their decision may have changed. I was kind of surprised to hear about your procedure there Friday. I'm glad they caught it, though. That mean you're going to be motivated to quit the sticks now? I really need to, and I'm thinking I'm going to try to by the end of the year, maybe. Wildcat would love me to stop. All righty, so, a couple of other tidbits he had there. Roy, yes, you are correct, Roy. They're talking still a forecast reaching Category 4, 20 feet storm surge for some areas there, up toward the Big Bend area. Braves game postponed for last night and tonight. Of course, they had the heavy rains pushing through this past evening, not even in association with Helene, but by tonight, they already know the rains are going to be coming down because, yes, Atlanta is under a hurricane warning. Not a tropical storm or a high wind advisory, actual hurricane warning. Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Have a good weekend, everybody. Prayers for you, Steve, as well as heat wave there. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, see if he's hanging in there. Eagle wanted to chime back in this morning. Yeah, Eagle, go ahead. What you got for us?
Okay, yeah, a couple things I wanted to go over. What some of your listeners have said about Trump situation again. I've seen some more things, Steve, on the internet. I told you this last week about Facebook and all these other people. The listeners, don't even waste your time with those people anymore. If you want, I've been looking at while you had me on hold. I've been looking at X, and that's all they do is Elon Musk, good man. He allows people to speak their mind and say what's the truth, and he doesn't try to censor you. So if you want a voice, or either go to Truth Social with Donald Trump, if you want your voice to be heard, and you don't want these jerks like Zuckerberg to try to tell you what you can say and what you can't. Don't even waste your time with them clouds. Now, Steve, now you see Joe Biden. This tells you all you need to know about Joe Biden. While I was looking on X, guess who appeared on The View today? The View with those witches on that show, Whoopi Goldberg and the rest of them losers, were none other than good old Joe Biden. So that tells you all you need to know about what Joe Biden's all about, Steve. He's hanging out with people on The View, and you know what The View is all about. That's what Joe Biden is talking to people like that. And getting to the other deal, Steve, I just seen something else on XL. Levinsky was flown over here from Ukraine on a C-17 or whatever the hell it's called, a cargo jet. Now, I think the reason why he was flown over on that is because, guess what? They said that he was touring an ammunition plant in Pennsylvania. How much you want to bet that when he go back to Ukraine, that plane is going to be loaded down with money and ammunition and missiles bought and paid for by none other than me and you and the American taxpayers? What do you think about that?
I don't know if he's going to be flying.
You think that's why they flew?
All I know is that according to the reports, they're putting together supposedly another $8 billion package for Zelensky before he goes back.
Yeah, and what about military equipment that they're going to be giving this guy? What type of equipment? See, here's the deal, Steve. I told you this before about Vladimir Putin. I think Vladimir Putin is a bunch of hot air. If he was going to push the button, he would already push the button. You know, he's still issuing threats about NATO, that if the NATO gets involved in this situation with Ukraine, or if Ukraine launches a missile deep into Russia, that he's going to take severe action. He's not going to take any action. Like I told you months ago, Steve, Vladimir knows. He knows what happens when he pushes that button. We got a button over here in the United States, just in case Vladimir Putin didn't know that. We got a button too, my man, and we can push our button, and then everybody will be eliminated. So I'm pretty sure, Joe, pretty sure that Vladimir doesn't want to be eliminated, just like me and you don't want to be eliminated. So I'm not concerned about Vladimir Putin. He's just a bunch of hot air. You don't, like my grandfather used to say, don't talk about it, be about it. If you go talk about it, don't waste it. If you go do, while you're sitting there flapping your mouth talking about what you're going to do, you could already push the button. So he ain't going to push the button. I'm not concerned about him. But what we do need to be concerned about is getting this unnecessary war stopped and stop using our money to fund it. And when Trump gets in the White House, I got bad news for my man Zelensky. The money train comes to an end, brother. So you can find another country to get your money from for the next 4 years, because it won't be coming from the USA. So you can. So when Joe Biden walk out of the White House, Steve, his money train walks out of the White House too. So good riddance to both of them, as far as I'm concerned. And I want to say one quick note, Steve. You've been a good man. I've been talking to you for a long time, and we're coming up on the election, and hopefully Donald Trump will get in. And I understand you're not going to be working tomorrow. You got some hospital deals you got to do. So I want to say God bless you and your family. Like I said, you're a good man, and we need more people like you on the radio, and I appreciate everything you do for truck drivers, and I thank you for taking my call tonight, brother.
All right, yes, yeah. Thank you very much, Eagle. Yeah, won't be here for our Friday morning edition. Hopefully everything goes well. According to the doc, it's not a no risk sort of thing. It says like a 1 in 1,000. So I'll take that. I'll be one of the 999, right? Yeah, 1 in 1,000 could actually have a heart attack while they're in there. Pieces or something could break away and possibly go to the brain and cause a stroke. But 1 in 1,000, so it's not a no risk, but I'll take the odds. It is 844-844-3388. Pappy's on board. Gilligan checks in as well, coming up after the news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed another 72 people. The death toll from Israeli bombings there is now more than 620. Lebanon's foreign ministry says the aggression has also displaced more than 500,000 people. The attacks have sparked protests in support of Lebanon and Palestine, which Israel has also been bombing for nearly a year, in the US, Netherlands, Tunisia, Spain, and other countries. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says Tel Aviv does not seek a full-scale war. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia have issued a joint call, along with the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and several EU countries, for a 21-day temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. France's foreign minister says efforts will continue in the coming hours to clinch a deal. Meanwhile, US Senator Bernie Sanders says he, along with fellow Democrats, have introduced legislation looking to block the sale of more than $20 billion in US arms to Israel, as US supply is believed to be sustaining Israel's bombings of Palestine and Lebanon. China says it's conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. Beijing says the Wednesday test was conducted in accordance with international laws and was not directed at any one country. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
The launch on Wednesday was the first in more than 40 years. The long-range missile carried a dummy warhead and landed in a designated area, believed to be in the South Pacific. Beijing says it was routine and not aimed at any country or target. But Japan said it did not receive a warning and expressed concern, as did Australia and New Zealand. Experts say the location of the Pacific Ocean was both a warning to the US and its allies and a display of China's nuclear capabilities. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says the world is at, quote, an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. He made the comments in his final address to the UN General Assembly as he nears the end of his time in office. Mitch McCann reports.
Joe Biden used his final opportunity to speak to the General Assembly to reflect on his administration's foreign policy successes, which he said included rebuilding Western alliances to support Ukraine. But Biden also sent a warning to world leaders not to waste time in acting to solve some of the planet's biggest crises at the moment. His speech came amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, following Israeli strikes on targets within Lebanon. And speaking of that situation, Biden said we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. And he added that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at whether an Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon, if it starts, can succeed in defeating Hezbollah. The eradication of Hezbollah as a force is clearly the ambition of the Israeli War Cabinet, helmed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But is it achievable through military efforts, whether clandestine ones, like the exploding pagers and walkie-talkies of a few days ago, or by more orthodox military means? Sir Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the United States and a former head of Britain's National Security Council, doesn't think so.
In the past, it happened in the 80s, happened in 2006. It has always failed. I mean, they have done a lot of damage. They have killed quite a lot of Hezbollah people. Sadly, quite a lot of Lebanese civilians as well. But they have never eradicated Hezbollah. And some of us would say it's the same as their attempts to eradicate or to defeat Hamas in Gaza. You can do a lot of damage. You can limit their ability to strike at you for some time ahead, but you're not going to win. You're not going to achieve your objective. Only diplomacy and ultimately politics will do that.
Strenuous efforts are now being made by the US and a dozen other countries to ignite fresh diplomatic efforts to defuse the crisis. But as a proxy of Iran, Hezbollah is not easy to bring to the table. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed 72 people, bringing the death toll from Israel's bombings there to over 620. China says it conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean, and in his final address to the UN General Assembly as US President, Joe Biden says the world's at an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. And that's the latest feature story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
It's coming.
Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Here we go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So 12:06 a.m. Meanwhile, 3:06 on the East Coast on a Thursday morning, Friday Eve. Eagle brought up Zelensky. Back with his handout. Yeah, we're going to write him another big check. The U.S. plans to announce more than $8 billion worth of military assistance for Ukraine later on this morning. When Zelensky visits Washington, according to two U.S. officials this past day, President Biden's administration has been engaged in urgent discussions with Congress to allow it to use up to $5.6 billion in military aid before September 30th, the end of the federal fiscal year, when the authority was set to expire. Today, Thursday, U.S. officials said the White House intends to notify Congress it will move forward with the announcement of a $5.6 billion drawdown from U.S. weapon stocks. The contents of that package are still in flux, according to the officials. Reuters reported this month the Biden administration was considering a backup plan under which it would announce plans for shipments for Ukraine, but with an extended delivery timeline for those weapons and equipment, allowing for a more gradual transfer of resources to Ukraine without missing the September 30 deadline. A second announcement slated for today will be for $2.4 billion worth of aid under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative program, which allows the administration to buy weapons for Ukraine from companies rather than pool them from our own stocks. That aid will include munitions, weapons to combat drones, and material to support munitions production in Ukraine. In addition to the U.S. announced on Wednesday $375 million worth of presidential drawdown authority for Ukraine, the package will include the first shipment of precision-guided glide bombs with a range of up to 81 miles, called the Joint Standoff Weapon. The inclusion of that weapon was not disclosed in the announcement. Now, the package that was first reported on last week includes patrol boats, additional ammunition for high-mobility artillery rocket systems, 155 and 105 millimeter artillery ammunition, spare parts, and other weapons. The Joint Standoff Weapon would be dropped from fighter jets and is capable of striking targets with high accuracy. Ukraine has been largely prohibited from using U.S.-supplied weapons in strikes into Russia. Presidential drawdown authority allows the president to draw from current weapon stocks to help allies in an emergency. In August, the Ukraine was pressing an incursion into Russia, losing territory in its east to Russian advances. Washington announced two packages both of which $125 million each. So the numbers the numbers continue to add up. He shows up, hand out, and they'll leave with, "Morning, Pappy, what's happening?"
Well, Steve, I don't recall Ukraine being an ally, Steve.
Right?
Unless they're unofficially a member of NATO now. What a swell job old Mike Johnson's on here. That's his name, Speaker of the House. Great job he's doing there, Steve. He's not getting nothing in return. He's going to sign off on this. He's working with the Democrats. And he ain't going to get nothing in return. What a joke. Listen, Steve Eagle's a great American, great patriot. Love his calls. Most of the time he's pretty dead on, but I gotta unfortunately disagree with him a little bit here when he's saying Putin's full of hot air. Don't underestimate this man. You push a bear in a corner, man, they're gonna fight back, and it's it's scary times, man. We'll see what happens here. But listen, Steve, this war in Ukraine, man, Ukraine's done lost this war. Media's blowing smoke up everybody's caboose. So I don't know, man. We're just going to have to see what happens here. Yeah, I don't know about letting the kids out of the school. I guess they had to make a calculated decision here. Do we let them out? They probably knew the risk of them walking home was very, very minimal.
Minimal.
If even that, because as I told you, that news was interviewing kids in the school parking lot. Yeah, we smelled it, but nobody had any side effects that were even treated for anything. Or do you keep them in the school, and then what happens if that thing blows? So I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Steve, if I would have went to work tonight, I would have been down at that command post till about 6 o'clock, 1800. So I don't know. I guess I'd have to hear their explanations. I mean, as a parent, I get it. You're thinking, maybe, what the hell are you thinking? But it might have been a better decision than to leave them in the school in case that thing blows. Because I know, man, Steve, I know this area real well, trust me. That school butts up to the Little Miami River there.
Okay.
So every household was farther away. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
From that rail car. So they were literally, when they let the kids out, they were getting farther away from this thing. But I don't know. Kind of my view is everything went well. Thing didn't blow. Sounded like the valve did what it was supposed to do. Maybe if that company would have used Stay-Bill in that product, we wouldn't have had this problem to begin with.
Stay-Bill.
Right on. But, yeah, I don't know. Back to work tomorrow night. Guess I'll be listening to some tunes. Because you'll be off. 1 in 1,000, I guess that's a pretty good odds, Steve.
Right. To have complications on that, yes.
Yeah. I mean, you just don't, I mean, we talked the other night, but you just don't hear too many, issues with this procedure here. And, man, thank God they caught it, Steve. I mean, like I said, I told you the other night, man, I think you're going to be good to go for a while, man. Get this thing done. Probably feel 100% better, you know what I mean?
Right.
And life goes on, brother, for a long time. So, listen, man, that's really about all I got. If I don't talk to you between now and Friday morning. Prayers out to you, Lisa, the family, Beth, Steve, all the grandkids. Hope everything goes well. If you need anything, you got my number.
Absolutely.
And that's about it, man. I'm sure, as I'm sitting here, getting ready to roll some more cigarettes for tomorrow night, that we will be talking Sunday night.
Okay. I like the positive.
All right,
I like the positive aspect. Think positive, right? All right, yeah, and well, that is the plan. All right, real quick, like before we get to Gilligan, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388. We know that it's not just Florida that's going to be impacted heavily by Helene later tonight, as the life-threatening, damaging, disruptive impacts will not be limited to the Florida coast, as this quick-moving hurricane will show virtually long after it makes landfall and gradually loses wind intensity into the weekend. They're describing this as potentially it could become a once-in-a-generation storm across western South Carolina and North Carolina, northern and eastern Georgia, with the combination of the impacts along the Gulf Coast as well as over vast areas of the interior southeast. The impact scale, on a scale of 1 to 5, is being dubbed 4 with this storm. The real impact scale, as they call it, is not for only strong winds, but impacts from storm surge, flooding, rain, the population that would be affected, the economic loss throughout the storm's duration. Typically, as we know, hurricanes lose winds rapidly as they move inland, quickly transitioning to tropical storms, then a depression, and then finally what they call a tropical rainstorm. Sometimes other factors can slow that weakening progress at the price of significant risks to lives and property, and that has been and continues to be a great concern among our team of experts at AccuWeather, that Helene will remain intense enough, coupled with its rapid forward motion, to result in damaging wind gusts of hurricane force well inland across Georgia and even into parts of South Carolina. Yeah, we're going to be talking trees are going to fall, blocking roads. Yeah, widespread, long-lasting power outages. AccuWeather's Senior Director of Forecasting Operations in some rural and heavily wooded areas of the southeastern states. Power outages could last for weeks. The likelihood of damaging winds is in addition to the potential for a number of tornadoes to occur, as some hurricanes tend to produce tornadoes well after making landfall. Yeah, that risk typically exists to the east of the track of the center. Yeah, flooding from heavy rain could be equally as bad or worse than the winds in terms of life-threatening and damaging conditions. This could cause a flooding disaster in some areas of the southeastern U.S., especially northern Georgia, upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina. Steep terrain in part of this zone can make matters worse. Yeah, the risk of flooding will be due to the combination of the rain that's been pushing through well ahead of Helene, as we speak this morning, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and another thrust of torrential rain Thursday into Thursday night as Helene actually moves inland. Now, the storms we saw this past afternoon and evening has already brought 2 to 4 inches of rain to portions of western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, and northern Georgia. They already saw some flash flooding. Now, the risk is going to be greatest in the steep terrain of the southern Appalachians, where mudslides and rock slides can occur. Some communities may be cut off with no way to enter or exit for days if there's damage to infrastructure like bridges and roadways. In this area, 8 to 16 inches of rain can fall with locally higher amounts, and the bulk of that rain will fall in a matter of hours. Rainfall rates could be in excess of 2 inches per hour. The storm max rainfall totals for Helene is 24 inches, and that may occur along the slopes of the southern Appalachians. Areas of significant urban flash flooding may also occur, such as in the Atlanta metro area. Should the rainfall rates exceed a couple of inches per hour, that would result in rapidly rising water, life-threatening flash flooding. As that runoff progresses downstream into the larger waterways, a significant rise on some rivers is likely from the Carolinas and Georgia to Alabama and Tennessee. Heavy rain is forecast to reach even further to the north in parts of western Virginia, West Virginia, and eastern Kentucky. Now, this region is in a serious drought, so any non-flooding rain would actually be welcomed. We'll return after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. I was thinking about some of the cruise line interest out there. No doubt there's a number of ships that are going to be diverting. Some ports, you're not going to be sailing into the port of Tampa Friday or Saturday, right? More on that coming up. Hey, first of all, good morning, Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. Let me first off say good luck with your surgery on Friday. We'll be missing you Friday morning, that's for sure. I have to go in November myself for heart ablation. I've been going in and out of AFib. I've got my blood pressure down and my pulse down significantly. And I'm going in for the ablation the Friday before Thanksgiving. So I'd appreciate any prayers from anybody out there. And yes, and we'll be praying for you too, Steve. It's just that I guess it goes with getting old. I'm only 3 years younger than you are.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the storm coming in, the hurricane, prayers out to all those people that be impacted with, especially Rambler. We know he's going to be down there. Hopefully he stays dry. He'll probably be high, too. You know, he's got to be in that devil's lettuce in his meth, you know. You've been touching on this deal with John Deere. I was listening to the replay last night. I didn't work. I bought a zero-turn mower last spring. The one I had finally let down on me. And I bought it from John Deere. Now, it was about, I think, right at $1,500 more because I got it from John Deere instead of from Home Depot or Lowe's or something like that.
Right.
And yes, you can definitely tell the quality of the mowers you get from John Deere themselves is far better than what you're going to get over there at Lowe's and Home Depot. Yes, there's definitely a big difference in the two. Now, granted, I bought a 60-inch zero turn, so it's a big mower. You know, I got about 1.5 acres to mow there at the house, so, and I wanted something big enough to do it as quickly as I could. I've got it. Yeah, it gets a little old sometimes, but then again, I enjoy having a big yard. You brought up yellow, however they pronounce it now.
Yeah.
Well, we had Schwann deliveries in my area about as long as I can remember. I haven't seen the trucks around there in the last few years. I'd heard it changed hands. I tell you what, the stuff on them trucks were quite expensive, but the quality was really high. They used to have what they called a Gold Rush ice cream bar. I used to love them things. But, you know, this like I said, the prices were pretty high, but the quality of that food was exceptional. I've got to give them credit. I'm not really surprised that Schwann now Yellow has went under because, you know, let's face it, with the deliveries today, you know, whether it's Amazon or the grocery stores and stuff like that, I'm sure it has really hurt their business. You know, you don't even have to shop. You know, you got to do is show up if you have like the pickup, you know, bring it out to your car and stuff like that. It's definitely a market that seems to be going away.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah, well, heat wave, definitely glad that you're back home and everything. That is a very, very scary thing. I lost the tip of my finger in 93, I think it was. It's never been right. I actually got it caught in the hole in the disc on the front brake for old Harley I had.
Oh, boy, yeah. Well, hey, we got to pause there, but we'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed another 72 people. The death toll from Israeli bombings there is now more than 620. Lebanon's foreign ministry says the aggression has also displaced more than 500,000 people. The attacks have sparked protests in support of Lebanon and Palestine, which Israel has also been bombing for nearly a year, in the US, Netherlands, Tunisia, Spain, and other countries. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says Tel Aviv does not seek a full-scale war. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia have issued a joint call, along with the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and several EU countries, for a 21-day temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. France's foreign minister says efforts will continue in the coming hours to clinch a deal. Meanwhile, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders says he, along with fellow Democrats, have introduced legislation looking to block the sale of more than $20 billion in U.S. arms to Israel, as U.S. supply is believed to be sustaining Israel's bombings of Palestine and Lebanon. China says it's conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. Beijing says the Wednesday test was conducted in accordance with international laws and was not directed at any one country. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
The launch on Wednesday was the first in more than 40 years. The long-range missile carried a dummy warhead and landed in a designated area, believed to be in the South Pacific. Beijing says it was routine and not aimed at any country or target. But Japan said it did not receive a warning and expressed concern, as did Australia and New Zealand. Experts say the location of the Pacific Ocean was both a warning to the US and its allies and a display of China's nuclear capabilities. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says the world is at, quote, an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. He made the comments in his final address to the UN General Assembly as he nears the end of his time in office. Mitch McCann reports.
Joe Biden used his final opportunity to speak to the General Assembly to reflect on his administration's foreign policy successes, which he said included rebuilding Western alliances to support Ukraine. But Biden also sent a warning to world leaders not to waste time in acting to solve some of the planet's biggest crises at the moment. His speech came amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, following Israeli strikes on targets within Lebanon. And speaking of that situation, Biden said we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. And he added that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Where we leave off? Oh, yeah, we were chatting with Gilligan there. Welcome back.
Steve, I thank you for having me back. It's kind of getting me, this deal with, they screamed for all 4 years of Trump's presidency about foreign interference. But then you got Lewinsky here campaigning for Harris. It's just amazing that they are just. It's okay to have foreign interference as long as it's for the right party. You know, why can't people see this as just blatantly obvious, a total 180?
Yeah.
It all depends on whether you got a D or an R beside your name. That's all that matters. You know, I've heard George Soros, somebody brought that up about how his son has taken over. I've heard his son is even more radical than he is. If
that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, that seems impossible. But from what I understand, he is even worse. I hope, we can hope it. I don't know. We can hope and pray. All we can do is pray that this election turns out the way God wants it to. That God's will be done. That's all we can do. Pappy brought up Dachau and how the people was over there. You know, how when we liberated that camp, the horrible things that was done at that camp. I've known a few people that went to different camps. My daughter actually went to Monach in Austria and did a tour when she was a foreign exchange student. The foreign exchange student programs now is a 2-week course. You don't go for a full year. At least she didn't. You know, and she said it's a real eye opener. I dated a lady for several years that her uncle, that when he come back from World War II, that he was really messed up in the head and basically drank himself to death in the early 50s. And her father told her before he died that he found out later that his brother had actually been one of the soldiers. Well, his unit liberated Dachau. I cannot imagine for witnessing what went on in those camps. We've all heard the stories. You know, that's where Mossad got it started. The original Mossad agents were survivors of the Nazi death camps, and they went out and hunted for the Nazis. I can't imagine that kind of vengeance they had, and I can't, how could you fault somebody like that? It's amazing with what's going on in Lebanon and Palestine and the Palestinians and all that mess over there with Hamas and Hezbollah. You ever notice, I'm sure you have, that the UN is always telling Israel to show restraint, show restraint, show restraint. When do they ever tell Hezbollah them to show restraint?
Stop.
There's never
right?
a call for restraint. Yeah, I can't get my mind around this. It's like a lot of the UN doesn't want Israel to survive. It's a one-way street. I mean, Israel's been at the negotiating table for almost all along, and it's Hezbollah, and they don't want to show up. It's odd. But then again, I guess it's just if you've got that mindset that Israel's the problem, no matter what happens, it's hard to get their mind off of that. Now, yes, the Palestinian people need to rise up and stick and get leadership out of there. But you know as well as I do, they're under threat of violence by them themselves if they don't conform to what their leadership does. It's a bad situation. There'll be wars and rumors of wars, as the Bible said, to the coming of the Lord again. This has been going on for eons. I mean, you go back to the early parts of the Bible, but who's the Israelites fighting with? That was basically the modern day Muslims. It's been a split since, if I'm not mistaken, since basically the Power of Babel had something to do with it. And I know that, I'm not a biblical scholar, but I do know it was Abraham had 2 sons. If I'm not mistaken, one was not by his actual wife, and that's supposedly where the Muslims come from. you'd have to get with Rambler on that because like I said, I'm no biblical scholar. Well, Steve, we'll be wishing you well with your surgery. I hope Heat Wave recovers well. I hope those that's in the path of this hurricane, it sounds like I may be getting into some of the bad stuff, nothing like they're getting down on the coast, nowhere near that. But I've been going to Greensboro, so I'm liable to get some pretty strong winds and heavy rain next 2 nights, but it won't be anything like they're getting farther south.
Correct.
So take care, and I hope everybody has a great weekend.
Yeah, and it's almost like the forecast models as they continue to change and change. Where when it comes in, it's going to go north, and some of the latest model runs have it almost going to eventually move in northwest, the opposite of what you would expect with the typical west to east flow of systems. Looks like there's not going to be a whole lot of steering winds to push it toward the east. It's kind of looking to drift over, maybe even to western Kentucky. But obviously, those models will continue to change. Well, how was Colorado?
Yeah, it's high, Your Honor. It's high out there. But I don't know. We're supposed to do. Hey, Mike. What day? What? Huh?
Yeah. What day is it? Yeah.
I don't have a clue. Anyway, no, we had a good trip out there. It worked out pretty good. Saw some elk and saw some moose and saw some. Oh, I don't know. What else did we see? Some other critters here and there. So, yeah, the moose and elk there, they were pretty impressive. Didn't get to see a bull moose. Didn't get to see Bullwinkle and Rocky, but there was a big mama moose and a yearling and we saw a whole bunch of elk there. They were out there bugling in the valley, and I don't know. I had a person yell at me if they thought I was a little too close, but I don't know. I was still in the tree line. I didn't get out of the tree line. They were down there in the meadows, so you still had to have binoculars to get a good view of them. But they're like, oh, you're not supposed to be off the road. And I'm like, well, you can't see them if you're on the road. You got to be down in nature. So anyways, we got some good pictures, had some good entertainment. Got to go out horseback riding there the one day, and actually got to go get out there, and we were out in what they call a Grand Lake there, and that was it's kind of the halfway point between the two peaks, and kind of west of Estes Park, and so anyways, that was out there where they had that big fire there a few years ago, and boy, I can really see the burn scar out there yet. A lot of the big evergreens there that where they were all in the tree line up to the tree line up to where trees don't grow anymore, right, going up the mountains, mm-hmm. and but all through the park and out of the park, and actually just, I guess the way the winds blew, it actually didn't. They were expecting to lose Grand Lake itself, and they didn't. So, but we got out there and saw that, and there's definitely a high. And in the national park there, national forest, and that they don't allow any tree cutting or anything to happen, and there's a lot of the evergreens out there. They have what they call beetle kill, and the beetles have gotten into the trees there for the last few years, and there's a lot of standing dead pine trees, and they're just dried out and primed for fire, and then of course you have all the grass and the sage and everything, down on the ground, and that just continues it on. But it's just the speed of the fire out there, they said that just went from one side of the valley to the other in like 20 minutes. So it was just you pretty much you couldn't have outrun that fire.
Yeah.
If you hadn't evacuated, you could not have outrun it. So anyways, got quite the education, and especially the guide that we had with the horseback riding there, he was been involved with the Park Service before and knows about the land management out there at the state. They lease off ground to the cattle and sheep industry there to pasture and everything, and of course, and that impedes on the amount of natural territory there is for the wild animals, the horses and the moose and the elk, and then so there's a whole big deal about that. And I don't know, it's a whole lot easier to live out here in the East, Your Honor.
So how about when the sun goes down, where the stars shining bright? Did you get to see that 3-dimensional view of the universe?
Got to see the clouds.
Oh no!
Got to see the clouds. Yeah, we had rain out there the first night we were there, and then we were fogged in there the next morning. So we did end up with blue sky there the second day we were there, but no, didn't get to see anything up above there at all. So
wow.
So I guess that's just on the checklist for the next time. Put that on the checklist to do and see a bull moose. But so we'll be back. We'll be back out there and do that again. But anyways, we had good flights out. No problems with them. We had 2 direct flights. My wife always likes to get on in one place and step off where we get out to. So we had good flights out and back and didn't have any problems with that. And so other than that, everything was worked out good, and got back here, and of course we didn't get back until like 1:00 in the morning yesterday. So we didn't work yesterday, and got out and had 2 loads to do tonight. Got the first load done and working on unloading the first load, and found a broken piece on the truck, so it went back to the shop, and second load's on hold. So anyways, we're on our way home now, but we heard Heatwave talking a little bit there, so I didn't catch the whole story of what happened, but did it sound like his thumb didn't belong somewhere that it ended up at?
Correct.
It did not sound very good, so wish him the best, and hope. I heard, Gary, you were saying you're going to be off to do your thing, so best of luck to you, and don't be scared. It's all right. You'll make out all right. I've been through it a couple times, so I know you can handle it. And anyways, other than that, I don't know.
You had me so encouraged when you said it hurt like hell when they went to your wrist. That was nice of you to put that fear in me.
I know. I kind of realized I probably shouldn't have said quite that, but I did want to make sure you knew to keep your arm still. You don't want to be jerking your arm around. So I wanted to give you a heads up so you can, I don't know, bite a piece of leather or a bullet. Tell them to give you a bullet to bite on.
I'm going to tell them to give me more of that Twilight juice. Give me more of that. I don't want to feel this.
There you go. Yeah, just remember, if you ever get any major pain or anything, that there's a wonderful drug out there called Dilaudid. And just skip right over when they ask you if you want morphine. Just say nope. Just go right on the Dilaudid, and Dilaudid is good.
Okay.
So, anyways, I don't know. Other than that, we got some sprinkle drops coming down, and we got to watch a couple of the political advertisements there before we headed out last night, and we got this big Senate race going, and it's fun to watch because Larry Hogan there, our former governor, is running on the Republican ticket, and of course he's been trying to not associate with Trump any more than he absolutely has to, and was never one to be for. Claims that he pretty much saved Washington by sending the Maryland National Guard in on September 6th, and it was all him that saved Washington D.C. But so, anyways, he's out there just trying to not associate with Trump, and then this also Brooks that's running against him. She's got ads running, and every time he makes a comment through the ad there, through her ad, it's all about how I worked with Trump and how I did this with Trump and how much I like Trump, and it's like, who's lying, Your Honor?
All right.
I mean, he says he doesn't like Trump, but then the other part party there, they show the ad that says he likes Trump and he all associates with Trump. So I don't know.
Wow.
Can't believe any of them. But yeah, it's pretty comical. But anyways, other than that, that's about what we got going for you. So I guess we'll wish you the best of luck, and everybody else out there, take care. And I guess we'll see you all on Monday. Then we got to get a full report Monday, don't we?
Full report, full update. Yeah. I'll tell the princess to post something on her face. She can't post on my Facebook page, and I don't have Facebook on my smartphone, so I can't do anything from the hospital room. I have to get home to the home 20 first, but we'll try to give everybody an update, and we'll return after this. Hey, clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yeah, I mentioned some of the cruise lines undoubtedly being impacted at this point in time. Cruise lines indeed adjusting sails affected by Helene. Yeah, Royal Caribbean and Carnival both have already changed some sailings. Pleasure Craft advised seek safe harbor. Port facilities advised to review their heavy weather plans, take all necessary precautions, prepare for the expected conditions. Some Carnival ships have adjusted 3 sailings already this week that were leaving from Tampa and Miami. headed for Cozumel, Mexico. The Carnival Horizon canceled a visit to Grand Cayman. That's the ship we're going to be taking here in a few weeks. As the safety of our guests and crew is our top priority, we will continue to watch the storm and factor in guidance from the Hurricane Center, the Coast Guard, and local port authorities, according to officials with Carnival. Stuart Chirian, a Miami-based cruise industry expert known as the Cruise Guy, said this has actually been a very low-impact hurricane season for the cruise industry at this point. Helene is going to impact some ports of call, though. Ships that were supposed to be going to Cozumel or diverting to ports south in Mexico, like Costa Maya or, say, even Nassau. At the moment, ships are just diverting, but the arrivals and departures have not been impacted at this point. Carnival Paradise was slated to port at Tampa Bay, while Carnival Elation was scheduled to port Jacksonville. Officials noted the return to those ports may be impacted by the storm. MSC Cruises, the Swiss-Italian cruise line, has updated 3 of their sailings amid the hurricane warnings. Now, they always say, hey, it's safety is our top priority. Minimizing the weather impacts. You know, there's certain that they have their own weather tracking equipment on these cruise lines. Dealing with their fleet operations centers ashore, the National Hurricane Center. In fact, the cruise lines actually provide a lot of information and data to the National Hurricane Center. The storms, the tracks can be forecasted so that the ships can avoid areas of inclement weather to go other areas where the vacationers have a chance to have some fun. They do say for vacationers who have planned travel in the wake of the storm, passengers can cancel their cruise because of an impending storm. Now, he advised passengers, the cruise guy advised that passengers who are sailing need to monitor the updates on the cruise line's websites. The good news is the cruise lines move their ships. They change itineraries. And in cases with ships leaving this weekend, it looks like the storm will have passed. Of course, you have to wait and see how much damage might have taken place at some of the cruise ports and things like that. And will all the amenities, the shipments of food and drinks and all that stuff be able to get to the cruise ports to restock those ships before they depart on their next adventure?
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed another 72 people. The death toll from Israeli bombings there is now more than 620. Lebanon's foreign ministry says the aggression has also displaced more than 500,000 people. The attacks have sparked protests in support of Lebanon and Palestine, which Israel has also been bombing for nearly a year, in the US, Netherlands, Tunisia, Spain, and other countries. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says Tel Aviv does not seek a full-scale war. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia have issued a joint call, along with the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and several EU countries, for a 21-day temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. France's foreign minister says efforts will continue in the coming hours to clinch a deal. Meanwhile, US Senator Bernie Sanders says he, along with fellow Democrats, have introduced legislation looking to block the sale of more than $20 billion in US arms to Israel, as US supply is believed to be sustaining Israel's bombings of Palestine and Lebanon. China says it's conducted a rare launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. Beijing says the Wednesday test was conducted in accordance with international laws and was not directed at any one country. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
The launch on Wednesday was the first in more than 40 years. The long-range missile carried a dummy warhead and landed in a designated area, believed to be in the South Pacific. Beijing says it was routine and not aimed at any country or target. But Japan said it did not receive a warning and expressed concern, as did Australia and New Zealand. Experts say the location of the Pacific Ocean was both a warning to the US and its allies and a display of China's nuclear capabilities. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says the world is at, quote, an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. He made the comments in his final address to the UN General Assembly as he nears the end of his time in office. Mitch McCann reports.
Joe Biden used his final opportunity to speak to the General Assembly to reflect on his administration's foreign policy successes, which he said included rebuilding Western alliances to support Ukraine. But Biden also sent a warning to world leaders not to waste time in acting to solve some of the planet's biggest crises at the moment. His speech came amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, following Israeli strikes on targets within Lebanon. And speaking of that situation, Biden said we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. And he added that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at whether an Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon, if it starts, can succeed in defeating Hezbollah. The eradication of Hezbollah as a force is clearly the ambition of the Israeli war cabinet, helmed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But is it achievable through military efforts, whether clandestine ones, like the exploding pagers and walkie-talkies of a few days ago, or by more orthodox military means? Sir Kim Darroch, former UK ambassador to the United States and a former head of Britain's National Security Council, doesn't think so.
In the past, it happened in the 80s, happened in 2006. It has always failed. I mean, they have done a lot of damage. They have killed quite a lot of Hezbollah people. Sadly, quite a lot of Lebanese civilians as well. But they have never eradicated Hezbollah. And some of us would say it's the same as their attempts to eradicate or to defeat Hamas in Gaza. You can do a lot of damage. You can limit their ability to strike at you for some time ahead, but you're not going to win. You're not going to achieve your objective. Only diplomacy and ultimately politics will do that.
Strenuous efforts are now being made by the US and a dozen other countries to ignite fresh diplomatic efforts to defuse the crisis. But as a proxy of Iran, Hezbollah is not easy to bring to the table. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed 72 people, bringing the death toll from Israel's bombings there to over 620. China says it conducted a rear launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean, and in his final address to the UN General Assembly as US President, Joe Biden says the world's at an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. And that's the latest feature story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, final hour underway here. Yeah, talking to Philip earlier, a few hours ago, who's actually at work this early morning. Mickey Mouse World is open. I gotta wonder, when these amusement parks open, when you got a major hurricane approaching, does anybody show up at the parks on days like that? I'm thinking it's probably going to be more like a ghost town, but I don't know. But he was concerned about his afternoon commute. He had a smooth ride in this morning, but that's going to change. I'm looking at the maps depicting the arrival times of tropical storm force winds. Now, they're all listed. That says all times are Central Time. So by 8 o'clock a.m. this morning, tropical storm force winds already impacting southern Florida, all the way down to Lake Okeechobee. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon Central, tropical storm force winds impacting pretty much the entirety of Florida, all the way up to the Florida-Georgia line, southern Alabama, even southern Mississippi. Again, by 2 this afternoon, by 8 o'clock Thursday evening, tropical storm force winds impacting all the way into northern portions of Alabama, central Georgia, down to about the Atlanta area, southern portions of South Carolina. I'm thinking, 5-7 and Monkey Gouger going to be contending with tropical storm force winds by 8 o'clock this evening. And after that, you got to say the rain, flooding rain's coming their way. Wow. All right, I do believe, is that Rob on board this morning?
How are you, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening?
I live in Wisconsin, and you might have talked about this already in the beginning. I missed your beginning of your show. I was up past my bedtime last night and went outside to burn some garbage that was kind of stinking up the pantry in the house, and the stars were just gorgeous last night. It was dead calm, and I looked up and I saw a line of, I don't know what it was. It if you could picture Santa's sleigh,
right?
Just a line of white light.
You sent me you sent me an email on that, didn't you? Saying, "What the heck is this?" Was that you?
No, that wasn't me. But I was going to do that. I'm like, it made no noise. It was silent, and I'm like, it was the longest line of white lights, and it moved pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you're always looking. It says you're always know a lot about the stars and what's going on with the weather, and I was wondering if you had heard anything about something passing through.
That was the perfect depiction of the SpaceX, what they call it, the Starlink satellite train. That was a line of Starlink satellites, probably recently deployed, because when they deploy them, they're in a pretty tight line like that, and over time they kind of get further and further apart. But if that was a Starlink train, it was a crazy sight, wasn't it?
Wow, it sure was. It was just amazing. It was really cool. But yeah, all right. Well, I appreciate that, and good luck with your surgery tomorrow. And I've always thought, if there's something wrong with you, it's going to show up in your blood. So I'm not big for going to the doctor a whole lot, but I do let them go in once a year. I do go in once a year and draw my blood and run it for whatever test they want to run it for, because you and your calcium there, I've always thought that there's something wrong with you. It should show up in your blood before it gets too bad, But, all right, I'll listen to the rest of the show. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Yeah, and he got to see the beautiful Starlink satellite train. Freaks a lot of people out. I've never actually seen one of the Starlink trains. I've seen a lot of different satellites, but seen the space station on a number of occasions. But all right, thank you very much, Rob. Have a good morning. Thank you so much. I don't think a calcium score is something that they check on like your routine physical. Because if they checked that on a routine basis, they would have known a long, long time ago that my calcium was exceptionally high. 38, 98. It's like, what the? Are you kidding me? Okay, a couple of other folks checking in. Billy is on board this morning. Woodson. That's Woodpecker, who says prayers for a skilled surgeon and a speedy recovery for you. Thank you so much. Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive family. Hope everybody's doing well. Praying for everyone in the path of this hurricane. And praying for you, Steve, that your procedure goes well there Friday. Thank you so much. Rubber Duck, good morning from Muncie. Wow, did the fog just roll in? Help. I'm going to go back to bed till that burns off. And good luck with your surgery, Steve. Thank you so much. Okay. Jeffrey, who's been listening with us pretty much all night in Florida there. Good morning, Steve. Thank you for another great show. Gilligan brought up John Deere. And what started the conversation last evening about John Deere was Trump's statements at a rally here a couple of days ago that he got the word that they're moving some of their production to Mexico. And he says, I'm going to impose a 200% tariff on John Deere products if they shift production work to Mexico. So John Deere responding this past day to that statement from Trump. The following responses are from Jennifer Hartman, the Global Director of Strategic Public Relations at John Deere, to which she says, in both fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, less than 5% of U.S. sales were manufactured in Mexico. More than 75% of sales in the U.S. are manufactured in the U.S. We are not moving production to Mexico, as continues to be reported. Rather, we have strategically leveraged our footprint in Mexico for cab production. That transition was announced in 2022. It is being completed this year. And now, mid-size skid steers and CTLS by 2026. We have had a presence in Mexico since 1952. It is not unusual for Deere to consider any number of factors when it comes to leveraging our global footprint as a global business while building new products in the U.S., like the See and Spray in Des Moines and the 9RX tractor in Waterloo. Layoffs this year were due to the weakening farm economy in 2024 and a reduction in customer orders for our equipment. Hartman also shared material regarding John Deere's commitment to U.S. manufacturing and shared that Deere is constantly reviewing production efficiencies, product and component moves to optimize manufacturing floor space here in the U.S. Deere has made several moves as farm income has fallen for the past 2 years. Since March, the company has laid off 1,600 employees. They've also started shifting some of its production to Mexico. It was during that event in Pennsylvania there on Monday. That's when Trump said he's going to impose a 200% tariff on John Deere products if they shift production work to the planned Ramos, Mexico plant. I believe they've got there are 4 different facilities for John Deere in Mexico at this point in time. Their global footprint, I believe, somewhere down the line, they said they've got various manufacturing facilities in 30 countries around the planet. But with her statement of 75% of sales in the U.S. are manufactured in the U.S. All right, so I don't know how much of an impact the threat of tariffs would have, but interesting response. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
everybody. It's a Friday Eve, a.k.a. Thursday morning. It's an accident that has a happy ending. It was a crash between a train and a tractor-trailer that was hauling pizzas that ended in a freezer full of food for the local soup kitchen earlier this week. Train smashed into a tractor-trailer about 7:45 in the evening, Midland, Texas, this past Monday. Nobody was hurt, but the accident broke open the trailer, scattered a load of frozen pizzas. Oftentimes, those sort of scenarios end up with that food all being thrown out. Instead of throwing all those frozen pizzas away, first responders decided to contact an organization that they knew would put the pizza to good use. The administrator of the Midland Soup Kitchen Ministry said, "We are so thankful for the work and the mindfulness of the firefighters to not let all this go to waste and put it to great use. So we actually took a whole trailer load. Our trailer was full to the brim from last night. It wasn't even close to how many were actually on the 18-wheeler, but we were able to take as much as we could. We're very thankful to the first responders for their help and extra hands to help us get it as fast as we could. And actually, we were able to get those pizzas into a freezer in a temperature-controlled location within 30 minutes of leaving the site." The following day, the soup kitchen went to work distributing the pizzas to families in the community, ensuring their families would be fed. I just don't have the ovens to make all those pizzas, according to the director of the soup kitchen. So we're actually asking families come by, no questions asked, just come in and receive God's blessing. These pizzas are huge, and they're sliced. With the economy as it is right now, I can't even imagine feeding a family of 5 with this gift. We know children will have a pizza waiting for them when they get home from school. Well, there you go. Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We're going to be doing the pizza thing now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would sing an Oak Ridge Boys train song, but we'll skip past this morning there. So, somebody done messed up big time. So they sending me over here to Russellville, Kentucky this morning. I'm like, that's the wrong direction, man. That hurricane's over here. They're looking at that thing coming all the way up through Nashville. So
that's correct.
Hopefully, I'll be back to the house by the time it gets up here. But I'm on dry road right now, but hopefully it won't start raining until I get back home. After I get back home, I won't care what it does, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, I ain't got no bologna this morning. I had some bologna yesterday, but I ain't ate a bologna sandwich today, so I did want to just chime in long enough to tell you and say prayers for you, and make sure you smell on all them nurses up there tomorrow, too, so get you a goodwill, something to dream about, right?
You say smelling or smiling?
Oh, you can do both. Smell it and then smile, right? All right, Steve, have a great day, brother. Enjoyed the show.
All right, thank you.
Over here to Hillbilly Hollywood, a.k.a.
Nashville, Tennessee. All right, so let me... Yeah, and he is correct. The last model from the National Hurricane Center, I'm looking at their website right now. They got an update coming up in about 30 minutes, the 5 a.m. Eastern update. But you got the storm coming in. They're depicting about 7 p.m. Thursday, the Big Bend area, major hurricane. Yeah, still a hurricane, although down to about a Cat 1 by the time it gets to, say, close to the Atlanta area. Tropical storm then, still a full-fledged tropical storm as it moves up through northwest Georgia. So the wife's family, and all these models had changed, say 24 plus hours ago, it was looking like the system was going to be impacting more of eastern Georgia and more of South Carolina. But this is where the center of the storm is. The rain field is going to be just much, much broader than that. But they've got, like, by 7 a.m. Friday, as a tropical storm, it's all the way into northwest Georgia. Then kind of cuts through, right through Tennessee. It could go right through the Nashville area, at which point would it be still a tropical storm, probably down to tropical depression by that time. Then the forward motion slows down dramatically. You go from 7 a.m. Friday in northwest Georgia to 7 p.m. Friday, all the way up to the Tennessee-Kentucky line there in western Tennessee, and then just kind of drifting further west by 7 a.m. Saturday. It's still over western Kentucky, so all nearly stationary by that point in time. Now, they do point out this cone contains the probable path of the storm center. It does not show the size of the storm. Obviously, hazardous conditions will be occurring well outside of that cone. So a lot of uncertainty. Where's she going? Once she does indeed come ashore later on this evening. And I'll be keeping an eye. Hopefully we can get that 5 a.m. update before we close things out here this morning. Well, with clear lines at 844-844-3388, let me quickly take you to back to Springfield, Ohio. In and out of the news in recent days, the Tremont City Police Chief, Chad Duncan, speaking out this past day, saying Springfield, Ohio has fallen into absolute turmoil since the arrival of approximately 20,000 Haitian nationals. Julio Rosas returned to Tremont City. Now, Tremont's about 8 miles outside of Springfield, right there, next door neighbors. This week, she spoke to the local officials and residents to learn their perspective on the impact of the new arrivals. He said they're allowing them to drive. Duncan told Rosas Springfield has descended into lawlessness. He's concerned that it's spreading to nearby towns, including his town of Tremont City. You've got a city that's in absolute turmoil, referring to Springfield. Everybody's against everybody. One of my most significant concerns is the increase of traffic accidents caused by Haitian drivers. They're not licensed to operate vehicles. He said Tremont City law enforcement is doing everything possible to crack down on the potentially deadly crashes, but noted Springfield appears to be protecting Haitian nationals from facing any real consequence for reckless driving. People that should not be driving, they're out there, and they're allowing them to drive. Duncan said he spoke about a recent traffic stop that he conducted involving a Haitian national. He didn't even have a license. According to Duncan, the driver was speeding through Tremont City going 44 in a 25-mile-per-hour zone. He said it was the second time over a 2-week period that he pulled the driver over and had the individual's car towed. Same guy, apparently. He asked Duncan whether Springfield would have towed the vehicle if that were the case, and he said no, they wouldn't have towed him. He speculated Springfield may be softening or avoiding reckless driving consequences for Haitian nationals to protect them from deportation. You know, if you get two misdemeanors, you're subject to be deported, he said. We'll give you more after this.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A new wave of Israeli attacks on Lebanon has killed another 72 people. The death toll from Israeli bombings there is now more than 620. Lebanon's foreign ministry says the aggression has also displaced more than 500,000 people. The attacks have sparked protests in support of Lebanon and Palestine, which Israel has also been bombing for nearly a year, in the US, Netherlands, Tunisia, Spain, and other countries. Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says Tel Aviv does not seek a full-scale war. Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia have issued a joint call, along with the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and several EU countries, for a 21-day temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. France's foreign minister says efforts will continue in the coming hours to clinch a deal. Meanwhile, US Senator Bernie Sanders says he, along with fellow Democrats, have introduced legislation looking to block the sale of more than $20 billion in US arms to Israel, as US supply is believed to be sustaining Israel's bombings of Palestine and Lebanon. China says it has conducted a rear launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. Beijing says the Wednesday test was conducted in accordance with international laws and was not directed at any one country. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
The launch on Wednesday was the first in more than 40 years. The long-range missile carried a dummy warhead and landed in a designated area, believed to be in the South Pacific. Beijing says it was routine and not aimed at any country or target. But Japan said it did not receive a warning and expressed concern, as did Australia and New Zealand. Experts say the location of the Pacific Ocean was both a warning to the US and its allies and a display of China's nuclear capabilities. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says the world is at, quote, an inflection point as it deals with multiple crises, including wars, famine, and climate change. He made the comments in his final address to the UN General Assembly as he nears the end of his time in office. Mitch McCann reports.
Joe Biden used his final opportunity to speak to the General Assembly to reflect on his administration's foreign policy successes, which he said included rebuilding Western alliances to support Ukraine. But Biden also sent a warning to world leaders not to waste time in acting to solve some of the planet's biggest crises at the moment. His speech came amid escalating tensions in the Middle East, following Israeli strikes on targets within Lebanon. And speaking of that situation, Biden said we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. And he added that a full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Caseys and Bargy show the pull-off some brotherly love. The Hound and the Hammer haul home the hardware in Pro Stock. And a light limited puller with a Mr. T helmet strides to victory lane at the Enderley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The certain signs of autumn are upon us: the chill in the morning air, the sunsets that arrive just after supper time, and the completion of the Enderley Pull-Off in 2024, the 37th edition, that provides the season's most accomplished competitors with one more measurement against their rivals and one more day with their friends, who are usually the same in this most collegial of motorsports. Herein we will congratulate the regional national pullers for their winning efforts in the 5 p.m. session, and next week will come the grand national victors. Whether you were there, streamed it, or missed it, mark your calendar for September 13th, 2025. In light limited superstock, the representative from Terramax Region 3, Jeremy Roth, and his Mohawk warrior Alice Chalmers left a long ribbon of diesel smoke for his first Enderley W. In classic superstock, the Spillman brothers parked their Smokin' Ace and shell-shocked John Deere's much closer than their chain on the trailer. David's Ace was king by 2 5/8 inches over Matthew. In Super Farm, the Caseys keep taking turns on their Whoopie Maker International and keep on winning. Bill inserted his coin for a successful ride this year, while brother Steve took the totally exposed Oliver to third. In light pro stock, the Powerhound 1206 returned to its old Ohio stomping grounds under the command of Hunter Beasley and took some of that California money back to North Carolina. In 4.1 pro stock, Torrey Keefe took a mighty swing with his Hooterville Hammer Case IH on the test pole and nearly rang the high striker bell at 400 feet. He bested fellow Region 3 qualifier Dean Liskey by 9. In Hot Farm, Brian Carrington and his Endless Case IH made the most of their qualifying performance at Must Win Lynn and are now 2-time pull-off winners with a 12-foot gap back to second place Darren Bomber. In two-wheel drive, Wayne Timmerman and Showtime showed up when the Region 3 qualifier couldn't attend, and showed out. Timmerman and his Chevrolet took the first draw to an insurmountable 363 feet to win the class of 5. In four-wheel drive, the O'Connors have now qualified for and won 3 consecutive Enderleys with their Nasty Boys Dodge. Son David has 2 of those W's as he took the 3-way rematch from 2023. In Superstock 4-wheel drive, Luke Simeon's out of the blew them away after a 4-win regular season. His 1933 Chevrolet was 15 feet ahead of defending event champ Darren Young. In Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0, Frank Kruger's Smoke Show got all the attention. The Western Sub-Regional qualifying Dodge knocked out the 2 entries by the Widmans. In Modified Mini, Tim Peisig's Fallout chose the nuclear option. His 343-foot pass was 8 feet better than last year's winner, Mary Kale. And in Multi-Engine Modified, the Jury Next Generation came to the same verdict for a second year, but with a different bargee at the wheel. It was Ron II's turn and returned to the Enderley for the first time in 19 years as he edged Brother Galen. The Grand National campaign is done, but the Regional National Circuit rolls on. This week it's Michigan's Hillsdale County Fair Poll on Friday, September 27th. Visit ntpapull.com for all of the Enderley results and just a few polls more in 24. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, as the season winds down, summer's over, fall is here. Feisty wanted to chime in about the influx of Haitians there in Springfield. What's going on? Let me finish up. We were talking about the city police chief there in Tremont, about 8 miles outside of Springfield, a neighboring city. Where he said he almost feels like they're trying to protect those Haitians from deportation, not citing them for vehicular issues. If you get 2 misdemeanors, you're subject to be deported. Now, this is rather, he went on to say that his department's access to Springfield's police radio frequency has been cut off since the city started attracting all this national attention over the impacts of the immigrant crisis. We were able to hear them on the radio. Now they've decided to go silent. We don't know what's going on in the city. When asked why he believes the city has made it hard to communicate, he speculated that the Springfield police turned off the ability for others to hear the radio communications to obstruct any outside monitoring of their actions and thereby having to answer for those actions. He noted that there was reportedly a recent threat at a school that he was unable to hear over the radio. I just caught wind of it from another chief that's right next to the city, he said. He explained the city's leaders should have handled the influx of Haitian nationals differently. And I quote, if they had taken the time instead of worrying about the elites lining their pockets and just took the time, this would have went so much smoother and been so much more beneficial to everybody involved. When asked how he believes the situation will ultimately turn out, he said, I really don't know what the end result's going to be, but all I can say is right now, it's not good. Hey, good morning, Feisty.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I live in Springfield, unfortunately, and I'm in the county. I actually live pretty close to the school where the bus rolled over last year at the beginning of the school year and the student was killed from the Haitian driver that went across the line.
Yeah.
So I'm right in the mix of all of it. That story you're talking about from Tremont City is real close to our house. We live about 4 miles from there. And pretty much it's called German Township. And people know from Springfield, when you come out there, they're not going to take no crap. If the speed limit's 55 and you're doing 57, you're probably getting pulled over. So they don't have a good name with the people in town until now. Everything that they're saying about the Springfield Police Division doing nothing about what's going on with the driving is absolutely true. They will pull them over only if they've done something major, won't even give them a ticket, and release them without a driver's license or insurance.
Wow.
Let them go.
Wow.
If they get in a wreck, if they get in a wreck and the car's drivable, they'll still let them go. They don't tow their cars. Then we got one, it was hilarious since everyone was okay. I don't know if you've seen the video on the Kia that ran a stop sign right into a Springfield police car. That was a Haitian.
Mm-hmm.
Took out a cop car. No license, no insurance. Within 3 hours, the car was for sale on Marketplace for parts for $800. They didn't even take the car. It's terrible. And it's turned, you're going to have the people that's on the Haitian side because of God, and you accept these people and you teach them how to live your way.
Right.
Then you've got the other people that's upset. So the town is a mess with going against each other. Now we've got major groups coming to town and marching through town, causing even more chaos. There's supposed to be 2 groups there this Saturday. One is for the Haitians, one's against the Haitians, at the same time in downtown Springfield. It's a huge mess. But that mayor from Tremont City and that sheriff are the only one who is being point blank honest about the problem. Springfield is covering up for them. They're doing whatever they can to not let them get in trouble. And I sent you some screenshots from my phone right before I called you of what just happened yesterday. There was this Haitian driver who now had been pulled over 3 times in Tremont City for speeding. Same car, same driver, no license, no insurance. He had court yesterday in Tremont City. He drove himself to court in the same car, went to court, and left driving the same car.
Wow.
With no license. This is strike 4. And German Township was waiting. They already seen him drive in. But by the time he parked, they didn't do anything. They let him pull away and got him again. The same one. It just goes on and on and on. That we've had an elder. The Haitian driver went off the road, struck her so hard her hair was embedded into the windshield. There has been no charges on this man. None. Then we had the bus crash, which that immigrant did get charged and went to prison, I think, for 7 years. But they're doing absolutely nothing to them when this happens. Nothing.
So, I mean, we've seen some of the meetings they're holding, like, I don't know if your city council or the commission, or whoever it is, the city leaders, where all the people like yourself are speaking up and talking about their insurance rates, but they're not doing anything to address any of it.
No, not at all. And it's funny you said that, because I don't make it to the meetings because of driving. I watch the media, watch it on TV, on shoot. You tell what kind of morning it's going to be for me, YouTube, the next day.
Uh-huh.
Do you know that we had Cincinnati police officers there Tuesday night?
Really?
We had police officers from Cincinnati and several other townships there, because the people that are in them meetings are scared now, because they know that the citizens are upset. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had police officers from Cincinnati and 3 other townships, along with our own there. And what a joke it was. Every time it is. We believe that some of it is a setup. Now, we have a drug problem in Springfield. We always have. We've got, just like most other cities, the low life, the medium life, the high life, and the low life are in these meetings. And some of the stuff coming out of their mouth, it's like, look, guys, you know this is live. Do you know how you're making Clark County look? We think some of it is set up on what they're doing. On the last city meeting Tuesday night, we had 2 people come in there that supposedly was from the Trump and Vance team, and you ought to have heard how they were talking. They didn't have anything to do with Trump and Vance. Well, we have to do this so that we can get in office and get these immigrants out of here, because you could tell that it was a staged setup to make Springfield look bad.
Okay.
Had nothing to do with them. It's been pitiful on how they're handling it. They don't give any answers. You have 3 minutes to talk. You have to look at the mayor. You're not allowed to look around the room. And if you say one thing out of line, okay, you need to be removed. And they will escort you out the door if they don't like what you're saying.
So
then it goes back to the thing you were just talking about before you told me on about how Tremont City said that they can no longer hear what's happening in Springfield. They shut the police scanners down. We used to be able to get onto YouTube, and we had an app where we could get on and listen to what was going on in town, the police, the fire, the sheriff, the whole 9 yards. They turned them off. None of the citizens can hear anything going on now, because they don't want you to. They don't want you to know that Haitian was involved. And they even shut off Tremont City, because Tremont City's been honest about it. Tremont City did an interview with the Blaze TV. Very good interview. He wasn't afraid to say the truth about how they're not taking the cars, they're not arresting them, they're not charging them, they're setting them free. Very good interview from the Blaze TV with Tremont City. And they are so upset with them, they shut their police monitor off to them too. That's really sad. They don't even want the police departments working together if it means the Haitians are going to get into trouble.
So, I mean, I'm seeing and hearing the reports to where that I guess that in some cases the government's footing the bill for these Haitians, and they're not illegals. They're what they call refugees. So they're technically legally here, but they're supposed to have a license to drive. But they're giving them allocations to pay for, I guess, for their rent. And the rent that they can pay is more than maybe some of the locals can pay. So they're wanting to boot the locals out to let them in to make more money for the landlords. Is that true too?
Yep, that's true too. We've had several people who, normal working people who pay $800-900 a month in rent, have never missed a payment, and all of a sudden they're being put out. And then they put a Haitian in there for $1,500.
Okay, well, that's what I'm seeing. Okay.
The landlords are getting more out of them.
Sure.
Yep, it's true. And as for, if you want to go to the hospital, if you want to go to the doctor, the wait time is way longer now. Used to be you could call a doctor and get in a week or two. It might be a month or two now before they can get you in. All of this overrun. 5 months pregnant woman went to welfare to find out about getting her medical card. Still had not been approved. 5 months pregnant. Got there, 2 hours in line with all Haitians in front of her. There was actually an interview on that, too. The guard from the welfare department there was actually honest that the ratio that comes through the doors there is 90% Haitian, 10% American.
And then
they need to work hard on, if they're going to allow this, they need interpreters. They need to teach these people how to speak English. That's been one of the major issues.
Sure.
How are you going to stop at a stop sign if you don't know what it says?
And how do you communicate with the officer when they ask what you're doing? Do you have a license? They don't have a clue what they're saying.
Right, absolutely. And then I've got a person I know who works at a department store in town. When you're on EBT, the food stamp system, as we knew it, when they make a purchase, anyone, it tells at the bottom of the receipt what your food stamp balance remaining is.
Yes.
So if you get $1,000 for a month and you spent $200, it'll say $800 at the bottom. She has showed receipts because they walk away and just leave the receipt laying there. They don't even know. And it'll say EBT balance, $1,400, $1,800, $2,200. And she's had receipts as high as $3,500 left on the balance when the receipt's been left laying there.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
They're getting food stamps and everything else. Yeah. So, I mean, that's a lot of the main issues that I'm seeing is the traffic, because our insurance rates are going up from it. The insurance company goes on the area you live in, the accident rate, and everything like that. So people with perfect licenses are seeing an increase in their car insurance because it's a risk to drive in that town. That's been one of the worst things, is the accidents with 2 deaths now, and it's continually going on. People trying to get into the doctors, trying to get into welfare or whatever they have to do. And then the other thing, you know, I've heard them complaining about the jobs that they're taking. There's a lot of people in Springfield that don't care about that job. That's not the main issue. They're using it for an issue. But they'll go into Walmart, they'll pick something up, open it up, take something out of it. Say, well, one lady posted a jar of pickled eggs. The Haitian opened it up, took a pickled egg out for him and his wife, put the lid on and put it back on the shelf.
All right, that's okay.
You don't even know what you're getting in the store.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. So I just wanted to call you, and I sent you that one from where they went to court yesterday, and come right out and got it again. And they're in Tremont City. They're pretty good hooked up with Dan's Towing, one of our major towing places in Clark County. So they call them when they have an issue, and Dan's Towing will come right out and will pick that car up. City of Springfield won't call anyone. They just let them take the car.
Very interesting.
But I thought you'd like to see that where it happened again yesterday.
Appreciate you forwarding that to me. I got that. Yeah, you sent me to that in the messenger. Well, thank you very much. Feisty? Wow. You say you can't make this stuff up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you so much, and good morning to Debbie. Unusual hearing from you at this time of the day. Debbie says, good morning, Steve. Prayers up for you and your procedure and recovery. It's a cool 59 degrees here in Indiana, warming to about 76 today. It feels like fall, doesn't it? All right, hoping everybody stays safe out there today, and continued prayers for Woodpecker. He's healing from his accident. Have a thankful Thursday, or Friday Eve, as we like to call it. And got a message there from Feisty. Call dropped. Have a good morning. Prayers for your surgery. Yeah, thank you so much, Feisty. All right, got the 5 a.m. advisory fresh out of the box. All right. We are beginning to see additional strengthening with Helene. Maximum sustained winds now at 90 miles per hour. Central pressure continues to drop, a sign of strengthening, now down to 966 millibars. Some of the models were saying this central pressure could drop to the 930, 920 something range, which indicates a very, very potent storm. All right, we're not going to give you the latitude, the longitude. Forward speed has now increased, now moving toward the north-northeast at about 12 miles per hour, up from 9 here just a few ago. This general forward speed during the next 24 hours on this forecast track, Helene will move across the eastern Gulf today, cross the Florida Big Bend area this evening, or maybe early Friday morning, like in other words, after the midnight hour. After landfall, expected to turn northwestward and slow down over the Tennessee Valley Friday and Saturday. So currently, as I mentioned, sustained winds now up to 90. Strengthening is forecast. Helene expected to be a major hurricane when it reaches the Big Bend coast this evening, then weakening after landfall. But the fast forward speed will allow strong damaging winds, especially in gust, to penetrate well inland across the southeast, including the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. Currently, hurricane force winds now extending outward up to 60 miles as she's growing. Tropical storm force winds extending outward up to 345 miles from the center. That's a monster of a storm. All right, be safe out there. I'll let you know how things go come our Sunday night into Monday morning. Thanks for your prayers.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose